managed progress given that society considers women as lacking reasoning power to manage or afford any kind of policy and responsibility. The father or husband has always held the metaphorical position of the head of the family or Nokaba, which means house owner and given the topmost priority in every respect. The mother or wife is considered subordinate to him and her opinion is significant. The present scenario, to some extent, has observed certain changes in the educational status and careers, yet traditional active-minded towards women remain unchanged. There still remain societal barriers and orthodox feminist attitudes that is women without accompanying and male is not safe. A woman must put and forward prior her family, her right to place in the kitchen, certain jobs not with her, must love modesty, and most importantly, be respectful and obedient towards her male elders from her maternal bloodline, that is the uncles, the trust. Total society is women-centered in composition, but men-centered in administration. The only advantage for women living in the masculine society is that they get to be in the inheritance of the property and not move out from their homes after marriage. However, here too, it is not the case for all women and daughters, and for only chosen ones, are not wrong, enjoy this privilege, and the rest move out after marriage. Moreover, the expression and generalization that women inherited property is not relevant in the present economic conditions. Therefore, it is asserted that the steering wheel of the particular society is controlled and maintained by manpower. Next, role of women in Mahari. Mahari is the most powerful social institution in the Garo national society, and the power is concentrated entirely at the hands of Mahari or Trust, the male elders from mother's side. All the decision making, social, economic, marital, and all kinds of right is rest in their hands. Women can practice divorce at will and must first consult her uncle or trust and can only be initiated and approved by the wife's trust. Without the approval, it cannot proceed further whatsoever. Mahari also forces authorities to even force a young girl into marrying an elderly married person or soma as well as separate the married couple out of water or visiting of the father husband after decease of the wife is also possible, but society rarely exercises this law. The decision of Tra and Mahari is final and to be abided by. Women are left with no platform whatsoever to voice their grievances. Opinions of the younger generation are also not appreciated, nor they are allowed to raise to speak up in front of the male elders. Women are expected to pay due respect to elderly males or trust. One who does not do so is ruled by Teko Papo Mandera, which does not honor her husband and her father. Trust are to be honored and respected and given the full dignity and power over the Garo given higher position even before the husband. Hence, Mahari is amalgamated institution and it remains so, where women have no role to play and no voice to turn in, which is disheartening to say the least. Next, inheritance and heritage. In Garo society, women are the real owner and inheritor of the property and shall pass on from generation to generation. Okay, let me just come to the families concerned in the Ajit society. Garo society too are not really free from families concerned. Practicing material system to guarantee the safety of women and protect her rights, is still experiencing domestic violence, discrimination, sexual harassment, mistreatment, exploitations, that keep teasing, etc. Women are subsumed to be weaker physically, mentally, emotionally by the society. Is that many women who bear violence which results in consequences effects on women and children. Family violence is cognizable, but very few women rest and stand up for themselves, so the blame goes to women further for the sake of family, they forced to remain silent. Every news headlines direct our attention to existing family concerns that women experiencing blame are through rape cases by their own family bloodline, their father, cousins, domestic violence, harassment, teenage pregnancy, with society being adapted and trying to meet this new normalcy and blame women for the event occurred. Moreover, such matters most of the time are handled by the Mahari and tries to settle the issue within the society, and the decisions are taken on their own conveniences in a way that it will be beneficial for the society. Mahari's concern has always been focused more on how society should judge rather than on victims. It tells to consider how it will affect the victim's mental health career against such women need protection. Coming to the conclusion, the weakness of the society strengthens its roots back to its orthodox ethical mindset in which they have nurtured upon and have dressed up. With the changing times, the society has been adapting and adjusting to willing to go along with the flow. Unfortunately, it has failed to identify the problematic traditional mindset firmly clinging to it and viewing the society through the same lens. It would truly be a challenging task indeed to attempt to change the mindset of the individual. The problem lies not in the socially constructed behaviors, but in each individual mindset or attitude that is the basis of one's action. Failing to identify, okay, this 1 minute. Failing to identify these problems can lead the whole of community to continue to follow the same steps in future. The very society is prone to be taken for granted as women seem to have more privileges compared to other competitive societies. However, they are glorifying the empty crowd. This glorification fails to address the obvious structural concerns underlying it. Social progress links with women's progress. The present time calls on both the women's work and the men's work of this community to speak up. For if not intercepted now, it could grow into the arenas and eventually reaching a point where we cannot turn back. The societal values indeed material might lose its significance if it fails to identify reasons hindering the upliftment and protection of women as the society portrays itself. Our concern should be in the reformation of the mindset of the individual members rather than on the society as a whole, as the only way that the society can continue to grow healthy and profitably is if its individual members have the freedom to explore one's own endeavors without any societal boundaries where all the individuals can spread their own views. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rashmi. That was really great opening. We thank her and we really appreciate her for having listened to the occasion and bridging the gap. I think now it's time for a cup of tea. So we shall go out of this group because we are not a certain group in this hall. We shall go out and have small refreshments as we wait for the chief guest. We have with us our keynote speaker and a special guest already. Later on, a little later, we will be introducing them in a formal way. For now, I just want to mention that these very distinguished ladies are with us. They will be speaking to us. They will be addressing us. We will get to meet them later. So, shall we go out now for a formal? Thank you.
Very good afternoon to you all. Respected Chairperson Madam Barbara, Archdeacon Teresia, Professor Sasafa, and Madam Sundata Mandal was formerly Professor and Head of the Department. My dear teachers and my dear students. All right, my paper is on Abhinovo Kire's title story, The Power to Forgive, which is from a collection called The Power to Forgive and Other Stories. Now, this particular piece deals with a very moving tale about a rape survivor. We all know rape is an act of violence that not only humiliates a person, but destroys the person's sense of self, her trust in the world, and in ordinary human relations. This heinous crime affects the physical, psychological, and social identity of that person. Having gone through this despicable torture, our survivor here, the name is not mentioned even once in the story. She had perhaps expected her father to stand by her. What appalled her after the heinous crime was the fact that her father had gone ahead to forgive the perpetrator, who was her very own maternal uncle. Now, in a study of rape victims, Armstrong and the others, they found out, I quote, again and again, victims stressed how fearful they were. Again and again, victims turned to family members for support. Just when she needed the much sought after support at the tender age of 12, she felt completely alienated. She felt she was let down by her own father. Though the story does not deal with explicit characteristics of rape trauma syndrome, like recurrent nightmares, fear of empty public spaces, avoidance of man, aversion of sex, etc., it touches upon the long-lasting effect that any rape victim undergoes. Now, over the years, the meaning of the term trauma has shifted in common and clinical usage from a stress or a blow that may produce disordered feelings or behavior to a state or condition produced by such a stress or follow. The term trauma now is more often used to refer to the state of mind, right, that ensues from an injury than to the blow itself. Now, based on the physical occurrence of sexual assault, RTS or rape trauma syndrome is usually rated in 3 stages. The first stage is acute, the first phase being acute. The second major stage is outward adjustment, which is followed by the third phase, resolution and integration. Now, our protagonist here, the survivor, when introduced to us, is in the third stage of RTS. She has come to terms with the fact that a sexual assault took place, and she is making a concerted effort to move on with her life. She sometimes relieves the first stage, which is the acute stage, and would break out, I quote, in cold sweat whenever she came across anyone who resembled her uncle. 16 years down the line, the resilient survivor has learned to live with this incident. I quote from the text, if not reconciled to it, she had learned to accept what had happened to her, and at times was near normal too, but such lightheartedness was always short-lived, unquote. So it's very difficult, 2 decades, and she still has not been able to come out of that trauma. On being engaged at the age of 28, she felt for the first time that she is like the other women. For the first time, she felt the sense of being and the sense of belonging, just like the others. But she still had to handle some demons from the past. Now, going to the text, I found that forgiveness runs on different levels in this short story. This unconditional forgiveness coming from the father just seemed inappropriate to the daughter. Perhaps and it's surely the crime committed is too enormous to be forgiven in the view of the daughter. Perhaps some level of repentance, reparation, atonement, or a befitting punishment was expected. Whether to hold the father guilty is a question to be reckoned with, because he was living along the tenets of Christianity, where a person believes God forgives, and thus we the humans imitate God and forgive themselves and the others. Those 16 years had passed, and the fact that she would soon be getting married and moving out of the house, she still holds the grudge against the father. As per tradition, the father was supposed to walk her down the aisle, but she refused to allow the father to do so. Instead, she asked her youngest brother, Pele, to do the honors. Now, as with all other forms of violence, sexual violence tears at the very fabric of a family's well-being. Not only is the individual affected, but it has an impact on the closest of relationships. The dynamics of relationship with the mother also changes, and she realizes that it's not only our course of life which has changed, but the mother's course of life too had changed. Because once the mother was a warm, somewhat boisterous kind of a woman, but now she has developed quiet meekness, a pessimistic attitude so unlike that of the fearless woman she had once been. Now, what I found in my study is that forgiveness is a difficult word to hear. In fact, it is appalling for someone to tell a woman who has been raped to forgive. Our survivor took years to finally reconcile with the traumatic experience and the aftermath. Initially, she couldn't bear to see someone who looked like the perpetrator, her uncle. But towards the end of the story, she comes out boldly and says that she's ready to face her uncle. It has taken years, but she manages to come out of this trauma. Similarly, forgiveness does not mean ignoring the past and moving prematurely to reconciliation. The survivor in this story has taken years to finally forgive and accept the situation and move on with her life. A liberating moment comes when she forgives her father. However, as Karen Lebax puts, I quote, "To grant pardon, those on the receiving end must recognize their actions as being wrong, in need of pardon," unquote. The father, too, finally realizes the wrong he has done. He was weeping on the eve of her wedding, and the only thing you find between the father and the daughter is they hug each other. Words did not matter at that time. Forgiveness means that the wrong done no longer serves as a barrier to a relationship. It is an establishment of an atmosphere that makes possible a fresh start. The survivor, too, finally reposes her faith in man by giving this particular relationship a chance, by getting engaged and willing to settle down. Though the would-be husband is a man who represents the power of men and the very violence that she has experienced. Thus, by accepting her father, to a certain extent, perhaps she's forgiving man also. The incident may still be traumatic, but one cannot overlook the fact that she's looking forward to a new relationship and now, perhaps again with stability and a promising future. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Lacey. I think we did the right decision in going forward with the presentations. Very well presented. I think questions, if any, I think we shall take later. Now I'd like to, go forward, take a liberty of going forward and ask Ms. Roy to present the paper, really. And after that, if there is still time, I think that it will be Dr. Tura. I think we'll be using PPT.
My name is Roy. I'm from the Department of Economics. I'm doing my research on women's contribution in ginger production with special reference to West Garo Hills, Meghalaya. Now, as we all know that agriculture is the backbone of the Indian economy. Agriculture is the most important engine of rural development with growth and poverty reduction as well as social development of northeast region of India, Bosco 2021. Now, as per World Bank data, only 17.5% of India's gross domestic product is accounted for by agricultural production. Based on 2012 data, India is the home of the fourth largest agricultural sector in the world. Meghalaya state of Northeast India is blessed with potential production of fruits, vegetables, spices, flowers, and other horticulture crops. Ginger is one of the most important spice crops of the state. Meghalaya is the third largest ginger producing state in our country, producing 63.0 million tons, Spice Board 2016. The paper aims to discuss the contribution of ginger production by women and the challenges faced by the female farmers in the agricultural sector. A cross-sectional study was conducted on 150 women selected randomly from 3 blocks of West Garo Hills district of Meghalaya, namely Romram, Shelchala, and Dadingpuri block, in order to study the contribution of women in ginger production. And from the analysis of data collected from the study area, a clear picture about the women's contribution in ginger production belonging to the Garo community of the West Garo Hills district. The demographic study of the area gives us an precise and accurate information about their economic, educational, and demographic life of the women in the study area. Maximum of the women respondents, 26.6%, were of the age group 26 to 30 years, and out of which 29.33% are unmarried and 70.66% were married or involved in agricultural activities for their livelihood. The females of the study area were doing their household activities like home management, cooking, childbearing, etc., and unpaid care work except during the agriculture. The participation of women in agriculture is increasing gradually in India, who are doing their work on farms owned by others. From the study, it is seen that most of the women farmers are economically poor, and most of them are having less educational qualification. Maximum of the women farmers left their study in class 5 to 9, followed by class 1 to 4, that is 13.51%. Some women farmers completed their SSLC, that is 23.33%. Although the Garo community is based on matrilineal society, the land ownership is in the hand of women farmer of the study area. However, maximum work in the agricultural sector were taken up by the women, but the decisions were being taken mostly by the men. In sewing, women participation is very high, that is 79.83%. Therefore, it is clear that the involvement of women in ginger production in West Government District of Meghalaya is very prominent, and they contribute in every stage of production system, which is very much laborious. Although most of the agricultural work are performed by women, especially transplantation and sowing, they remain band and spotting for most of the day. The challenges faced by female farmers in ginger production. Women have equal land rights, but they hardly enjoy land ownership rights directly. Limited rights or access to land further limits livelihood options and worsens financial strain on women, especially in women-headed households. Women have limited access for the use of productive resources. Women perform all unmechanized agricultural tasks and perform multiple tasks, which adds more burden to them due to lack of equipment and appropriate technology. Women have very little control over decision-making process either inside home or outside home. Without access to capital or household decision-making abilities, women lack the resources that are for their labor stability and stability of their household. Few women holding of agricultural productive resources such as land, animals, and machineries. Poor women farmers are less able to purchase technology to adapt to climate change due to lack of access of credit and agricultural services. Women farmers in agricultural sector suffer from high literacy rate among them. They do not know their legal rights. Women earn fewer wages, especially in joint, informal, and private sector. Misapplying some laws and regulations in favor of women, such heritage legislation, lack of market intelligence, and inadequate information put women farmers under unfavorable situation with weak bargaining power with the buyers. Rural farmers play a significant role in Meghalaya as they are engaged in farming operations either as cultivators or agricultural laborers. Rural women spend long hours fetching water, doing laundry, preparing food, and carrying out agricultural duties. Our work ranges from crop production, livelihood production, to cottage industry, and from household to family maintenance. In spite of huge involvement, her role and dignity has not been recognized. The nature of women's productivity in the labor market is largely determined by socio-cultural and economic factors. Women do not enter the labor market on equal terms when compared to men. Their occupational choices are also limited due to social and cultural constraints and lack of supportive facilities such as transport and accommodation in the formal sector of the labor market. Women's labor power is considered inferior because of the empire's predetermined belief of women's primary role as homemakers. As a result of discrimination against female labor, women are concentrated in the secondary sector of the labor market. Their work is low paid, low status, and lacks potential upward mobility. The majority of the women in the rural sector work is low-paying jobs. So some recommendations: literacy rate of rural women should improve in the state. Labor work of rural women in the state must be accounted in money terms. Equal wages should be fixed by the state government for women agricultural laborers, and the rates should be revised periodically. Women must be involved in decision-making bodies that have the potential to introduce structural changes. Additional facilities should be provided to the poor rural women for agricultural land. Importance must be given to women in accessing credit on short-term loans from banks and other financial institutions for buying assets. There is a need to make available cheap credit facility to the needy agricultural rural women to start self-employment so that our rural women may get additional opportunity for gainful employment. There is a need for training of female agricultural workers in the rural areas in different skills. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Coelho, for your presentation. Very well presented. I think questions, if any, queries, if any, again, we'll take later. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Tura, dear M. Sangma, to comment to Zanapita. A very good afternoon to all the presenters, participants present here. My topic is women and entrepreneurship with special reference to local entrepreneurs of Tura, West Province, Meghalaya. This is the definition as given by economist Joseph Schumpeter in the year 1883 to 1950 about the entrepreneurship. He defines that the role of entrepreneur is being involved as creative destruction, making entrepreneurship responsible for new ideas and innovations that disrupted traditional and existing businesses or industries and replace them with something new and forward-thinking. And women who, in a way, initiate or adopt business actively are called women entrepreneurs. And as interviewed as one of the local women entrepreneurs, I have interviewed her, she says that someone who has the power to reinvent the old system into a new one is a women entrepreneur.
According to the government of India, a woman entrepreneur is defined as an enterprise owned and controlled by a woman having a minimum financial interest of 51% of the capital and giving at least 51% of the employment generated in the enterprise to women. And if we see at the image, it can be easily understood that women are multitaskers, tasking from office work responsibilities, home responsibilities, teacher to children, and in the process figures out ways and means to bring out the solution to the spheres of activities. And if we look at the map of Meghalaya, however, the entrepreneurship is not a natural choice for the citizens of the state of Meghalaya. Rather, there are challenges to enterprise development and promotion because Meghalaya is having a lot of problems, not only in the entrepreneurship field, but also in social, cultural, and economic developments. But however, we see a lot of dramatic increase in the field of entrepreneurship. There are women entrepreneurship moving towards the field of entrepreneurs, not just to get the status or the dignity of their own, but also to lift up the family status and the community in particular and nation at large. The statistical data of women entrepreneurship in India is that only about 14% of Indian women own or run businesses according to the 6th economic census conducted in the year 2014. Okay, sorry, we shall continue in the next few minutes.
A very good afternoon and welcome most distinguished guests. Sri S Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Meghalaya. Sri S Sangma, Honorable Education Minister, Government of Meghalaya. Professor Sukalta Sakataraji, Department of English, Northeastern University, Shillong. Retired Professor from Dhaka Mangal, from Shantiniketan, Kolkata, our respected guests, special guests, distinguished teachers, scholars, students. Once again, a very good afternoon and welcome here. I would like to welcome all those who are participating online and offline in this national seminar on the topic representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourse. I'm Barbara S Sangma, convener of this national seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that this is a deferred event intended to commemorate the International Women's Day celebration 2023. The theme of International Women's Day 2023 was Digit All. I think it's a play with the word digital. I think we understand that very well. The theme emphasizes on the need to look into equity where technology is concerned. In other words, Digit All stands for technology that is for everybody, including and especially women, catering to women as per the needs and requirements in the way that is useful and accessible to women the world over. Digit, as many of us would know, comes from the Latin word digitus, which means fingers and toes. And the word digit, as we know today, comes from the universal word, use of digitus, or the tools, or the fingers used in counting. It is interesting the way the two meanings of digitus, literal and figurative, is coming into play in today's academic event. There is the idea of digit all, in the sense that all of us take recourse to technology in one way or another. And then that is what we do today, that there is another meaning. Digit in the sense, it is very down to earth, meaning we use counting for maybe very simple work in order to accomplish very simple or all simple work that we do. In a way, I think we are already taking recourse to digit when we say that we can go back 100 years and think about all the very important women issues and events that have taken place, or maybe we can name 10 most important women that have helped to shape the history of the world. That would be really digital or digital. I think going back into history that way will help us to understand women. There's a shortage of short stories about a man finding a book with a title, How to Understand Women. And the man very happily opens the book, and all of us know that he turns one page after another, but then he finds all the pages empty. Is this what women are all about? Is it really difficult to understand women? And do we really believe that the book written about women is empty? Are women really unscrupulous, elusive, riddled with issues, and difficult to understand? Is there really no way to understand women? Has no woman ever left a trail behind, following which she can be understood? How are women seen, perceived, and represented in multidisciplinary discourse? Has there been efforts to understand women by men, or even by women themselves? And this is why here we are, embarking on a very important academic exercise to deliberate on the theme representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourse. He will make a way by a road in the wilderness, rivers in the desert rising. These are the lines that speak about indomitable faith And this is what the Bosco College choristers is about to present now. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Bosco College Choir.
God will make a way where there seems to be no way. Works in ways you cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me close into His side. God is great for His new name. He will make a way. He will make a way. Oh, God will make a way where it seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Coming close into His side. Love is great for His new name. He will make a way. He will make a way. Fire on me in the wilderness. Leads me. Rivers in the desert. I see. Heaven and earth will fade, but His word will still remain. And He will do something new today. Oh, God will make a way where it seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me close into His side. Love is great for His new name. He will make a way. He will make a way. I run away in the wilderness. Leads me. Rivers in the desert will I see. Heaven and earth will fade, but His word will still remain. And He will do something new today. Oh, make a way where it seems to be no way. He works in ways you cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me close into His side. God is great for His new name. He will make a way. He will make a way. Love is great for His new name. He will make a way. He will make a way.
Thank you, students, for a beautiful song. It's really encouraging. It's good to remember that He will make a way. I think this will be my thought throughout the day. Thank you so much. Light to me, and I think to all of us, speaks about something very positive. It's a presence that is positive. The sight of light or fire indicates somebody is at home. Many religions have the beautiful practice of leaving the lamp lighted in a prayer room or a prayer corner of the house. It is so consoling. To some of us, it may be a reminder of the fire of clouds that accompanied the Israelites through their 40 years sojourn in the desert. Shall we now then invoke the presence of God and ask for His guidance and insight as we light the lamp of the National Seminar? And may I now request our Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Minister, Guest of Honor, Honorable Education Minister, and Professor Sukalpa Patron, Mother Bivan Mukhim, and Dr. Wanphai, Japang, to light the lamp. May I request our distinguished guests to kindly be seated on the dais. Professor Sukalpa, Honorable Chief Minister, our Chief Guest, Honorable Education Minister, Guest of Honor, Professor Sukalpa, Reverend Father Bivan Mukhim, Principal, Dr. Wanphai, Japang, kindly take your seat on the dais. When Bosco, or St. John Bosco, advocated that the young under his care run about, jump, shout, but not sin. And he has always done this with his voice, accompanying them all throughout their life. Reverend Father Bivan Mukhim, Principal of Bosco College, is a true son of Don Bosco, always striving to give the best to the young people under his care. He sings well, dances even better, and is cheerful to boot. May I now request our principal to give the welcome address and to felicitate our important guests.
Very good afternoon to everyone. It is my honor and pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the National Seminar on the theme Representation of Women of Northeast India in Multi-Disciplinary Discourse. This seminar aims to create a platform for scholars and researchers to discuss and deliberate on the representation of women in various fields of study. At this juncture, I would like to extend a special welcome to our Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Dr. S Sangma. Sir, we are grateful for the support and the help extended by you in ensuring the successful conduct of this seminar. The financial support from your office has been instrumental in making this event a reality. I would like to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. S Sangma, with a traditional way of welcoming our guests. I would request our teachers to kindly participate and welcome Sir with a drum of applause and a memento. We have our teachers to do the honor. Let's put our hands together. We also felicitate our guest of honor, Sri Rakam S Sangma, the Honorable Minister of Education, the State of Meghalaya, Bosco College. Welcome, sir. As we gather here today, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the contribution of late Purno S Sangma, the father of our Honorable Chief Minister. We owe a great deal to his vision and dedication, as he was instrumental in starting Don Bosco College, Tura, which is now a beacon of light to the youth of Yaro Hills. Late Purno Sangma's unwavering commitment to education and his vision for the youth of our society inspired him to invite the solutions of Don Bosco to lay the foundation of this esteemed institution. His foresight and the dedication to providing quality education to the youth of our society have helped shape the future of many young minds in our community. Today we stand tall with pride and gratitude towards the legacy of late Purno S Sangma, whose vision and determination have helped make Don Bosco College what it is today. On behalf of the organizers and all the attendees gathered here today, I would like to take this special opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister for gracing us with his presence at this immigrant program. We are all aware of his busy schedule and responsibilities that come with such a high office, and yet our Chief Minister has made it a point to be with us today, as his presence here is a testament of his commitment to the development of education in our society. We are honored and grateful that the Chief Minister himself has taken the time to join us today, and we are confident that his presence will inspire us to continue working towards our goals and aspirations. Thank you, sir. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Sri Rakam S Sangma, the Honorable Education Minister of Meghalaya, to this national seminar. Your presence here today is a testament to your commitment towards promoting higher education and fostering academic excellence in our state. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. Your support and encouragement have been instrumental in the growth and development of our college, and we are truly honored to have you grace us with your presence. We greatly appreciate the collaborative effort between your office and our college in promoting higher education in Meghalaya. Your dedication and hard work towards this goal have been instrumental in bringing education to the forefront and reaching greater heights. We hope that your presence here today will inspire and motivate us to continue working towards our shared goals of promoting higher education in the state of Meghalaya. Once again, we extend our warmest welcome to you, sir, and thank you for being with us this afternoon. We are privileged to have among us today two eminent scholars in the field of English literature, whose contributions have been invaluable to the academic community. I would like to extend a special warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Sukanta Bhattacharjee from the Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong campus. We are honored that you have accepted our invitation to deliver the keynote address and for traveling all the way from Shillong to Tura to be part of this August gathering. Your expertise and insights are highly valued, and we are looking forward to learning from you. Thank you, and a warm welcome, Professor Sukanta. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our special invited guest, Professor Samdata Mandal, retired professor, Department of English, Vishwabharati Shantiniketan, and a visiting professor of American universities for several years. Despite our health issues, she thought first of Don Bosco College than her comfort, and we are deeply grateful for her presence here today. Their experience and expertise will certainly enrich our discussions and deliberations. Thank you, and a warm welcome to Professor Sangma. It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all eminent professors, academicians, participants, paper presenters, both offline and online, to this national seminar. I am truly honored to see such an esteemed gathering of experts from various fields of academia and research. Your presence here today is a testament to your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge and your commitment to improving our education system. We are fortunate to have such a talented and diverse group of individuals coming together to share their experiences and insights. I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants who have traveled from far and wide to attend this event. Your willingness to attend this national seminar, despite your busy schedules, is truly commendable, and it reflects your commitment to advancing knowledge and creating a better future for our society. The theme of the national seminar on the representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourses highlights the crucial needs of exploring the multifaceted experiences of women in the region. The seminar provides a platform for experts from various fields of academia and research to come together and discuss the challenges and issues faced by the women in Northeast India. I am grateful to the convener and IQAC coordinator, Dr. Barbara S. Sangma, and the organizing secretary of the national seminar, Dr. Wanphai Japang, for their hard work and dedication in organizing this national seminar. Their tireless effort and commitment to ensuring a successful event are truly commendable. I am aware that the planning of this seminar began months ago, and it is no small feat to bring together such a diverse and esteemed group of experts from various fields. The meticulous planning and attention to detail by Dr. Barbara and Dr. Wanphai have set the foundation for a highly informative and thought-provoking seminar. It is due to their hard work and dedication that we have gathered here today to share our insights and experiences on the representation of women in Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourse. I am confident that this seminar will be a fruitful one, and the discussions and deliberations will contribute to significant progress and development in this area. I would like to place on special record all the seminar committee members and the faculty members of Don Bosco College for their tireless efforts and dedication in making this seminar possible. From the initial planning stages to the execution of the event, your contributions have been invaluable. We are truly grateful for our unwavering support, which have enabled us to bring together some of the brightest minds in the field and to share their knowledge, expertise, and experiences. Your hard work has laid the foundation for a successful and engaging event, and we are excited to see the discussions and interactions that will take place in the coming days. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for taking your time out to be part of this seminar. We hope that you found the event informative, engaging, and thought-provoking, and that it provided you with a valuable learning experience. We look forward to future opportunities to collaborate and learn together. Thank you once again for your participation and support. God bless you. Welcome to Don Bosco College, Tura.
Thank you, Reverend Father. I think I'll narrate another story. There were 3 children traveling in a school bus, and the third happened to be going to school for the first time, and he was rather scared because he was traveling in a really big vehicle for the first time. So he got into crying and whining, and one of the oldest students in the bus told that crying boy that there was no need to be scared because the driver of the bus was his own father. That really calmed the child. It is a moment of pride and gratefulness to God that the bus we are riding on
that is the educational academy of us in Meghalaya, is being driven by someone who has had the same experience like us. We are assured that knowing all the bumps and the curves along the road, he would drive with confidence and bring us home. Yes, we are truly happy to have Sri Japang S Sangma to be the Minister of Education in our state and especially guest of honor for this inaugural program. I deem it my great honor to request a guest of honor, Japang S Sangma, Honorable Minister of Education, Governor of Meghalaya, to address the gathering here.
Dr. B.S. Sangma, convener of this program, and also the chairperson of this beautiful function. And with us, another than Convener K. Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, who is attending it as glorious the chief guest of this beautiful, wonderful gathering. And with us, Reverend Father Mukhim, the principal of Bosco College, and our Professor Rodriquez, and our dignitaries of the dais, and faculty members of Bosco College. I see the fathers, the sisters, and inviters, and the paper presenter, and my dear students, and ladies and gentlemen. To me, it's a very glorious experience to be a part of this beautiful gathering, the national seminar on representative of women of law as Indian multi-disciplinary discourse. So to me, it's a very new experience, and to address of such a gathering, it turns my heart that I'm somewhere right here in the gathering. Friends, let be someone one step. The purpose of existence of this present generation is not to consume the resources that we have today. But the responsibility of the present generation is to preserve the resources that we have today for the generation to come. I think today, when we talk about women, it's for us, always come first. And especially for tribal community, they always look upon. Because on a very light note, there is a saying always. Husband is the head of the family, and the woman, the leg of the family, which turns around the husband. So I think the beauty of women that we have in our society is the asset for each one, for every family, for every community, for every government. This is the asset that we look upon, and the beauty of this asset is for the beauty of society, of our government, and for our country. So therefore, I think this seminar will give the platform for the paper presenter and the keynote that we will be hearing the capabilities. And this will be the words that will be presenting, and the resources will be our asset for generation to come. Yes, the beauty, the resources, and the asset in the women's is something that we have to looking for. And this asset must convert for the utilization in our society, for the government, because the character and the beauty this woman does have is something we should discover. If we always say, like the potential that we have in a woman's is something different that nobody does have. But my opinion is, yes, sometimes we feel there is not enough platform for a woman to be represented. But to me, some extent, I think we should discover the resources that you have. If you waited for somebody to design the concept, to design the law for you, it might not happen. But would like to appeal to all the beautiful women of the country, of our society, the beauty, the resources that you have, the potential that you have, it's just to discover. You don't need to invent. The beauty is the potential that you have, but yourself also as a government, as a society, as an institution, as a self, we should discover the beauty, the resources that we have, and must take out and must contribute for the utilization of our society. As you always say, most of the women only confined to the household works. But today, as we see, the contribution of the women's society always going beyond certain boundary. I'm happy today in our context, in our girl health environment and a regular environment. If you look at the figure, the women's representation, the performance, especially in different examinations, the different performance. In the figure-wise, women's done excellently better than the men. Look at the SSLC examination and different examinations. The performance of the women is doing excellently better than sometimes for the men. The problem is the contribution of the women needs to be more expanded. I would like to appeal to all the women gathering here and every day across the country. I think more contribution is expecting from this section. And we are always looking forward because women have the more convincing power. Therefore, we would like to request each one of you, let us discover the potential that we have and contribute towards the growth of our family, of our society, or the government. Because government is always looking forward of your beautiful contribution for the growth of our nation. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the principal of Bosco College. I would like to thank each one of you for having this beautiful initiative. This platform has given a wonderful platform to all the representatives, and therefore, in the days to come, is a time that we should discuss and debate more. And also, we have to decide so that this potential be converted for better use of our society. Therefore, as a government, as a department, we are always looking forward for your efficient contribution and the contribution of the women society is always to be remembered, is always looking forward. Therefore, with this few words, I'd like to give my best wishes to all of you, all for the present, and would like to appeal as many Mr. Scholars here with us, and my dear students here with us, not only for the women representative, as a society, as a students, we should equip ourselves today. So that whatever challenges and the measures that will be coming in front of us, we will be second to nobody to tackle the challenges. Therefore, I would like to request all of my students, dear friends, and all the research scholars, let us go deeper into the subject and let's find a way forward so that the challenges that might be coming in front of us tomorrow be addressed with your contribution, with your ideas, with your concept. This is what what we are looking for. Therefore, would like to give my best wishes to all of you, and would like to thank you each of you for having this beautiful program. And I look forward as keynote address, Professor Pachaji and our Honorable Chair is here to give us a more in-depth beauty celebration on this subject. Before
for protecting our land and protecting the tribe that we belong to. Before going further, I would like to hand over the mic to Principal.
We would like to welcome our keynote address, Professor Sukalpa, before we begin our keynote address, and we would like to felicitate you with the Taro Award as well as the memento and receive our honor.
I think there comes a time in our life, it comes rarely when things go beyond words, but it's not sufficient to explain. I think this is one of them. We hear something about somebody, and then when we come in contact with that particular person, we have altogether another kind of experience, and we are all the more enriched. I think Professor Subhanga has lived up to our expectations, to what we heard about her, and so much more. Generally, I think India is a country that says that girls are seen, not heard. And any woman who speaks will meet the fate of a bird that goes into the cage, that will be caged. But I think from the speeches that we have heard and our own life we are experiencing, that I think caged birds have got the ability to fly away, have got the ability to liberate themselves. With this, I would like to request Professor Sukalpa Pachaji, Professor, Department of English, Northeastern University, Shillong campus, to give the keynote address. It's all yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara Sangma, convener of this national seminar. Dr. Convener Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister, Meghalaya. On the dais, Reverend Father Mukhim, Principal Don Bosco College, Dr. Wanphai, Dr. Mandal, members of the Don Bosco fraternity, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my immense pleasure to be a part of this very important national seminar on representation of women in the multidisciplinary discourse in Northeast India. The theme of the seminar, as you can see, is representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourse. And my job here is to unpack the thematic and political ramifications implied in these very important 4 terms that you see in the topic of the seminar. First is representation, then women, then Northeast India, and then multidisciplinary discourse. Extremely important terms which we tend to use in a very lay sense, and we often hear, but in critical discourses, these terms have a very, very important significance. I first attend to the word representation. Basically, representation has 2 broad meanings. One is stepping into someone else's shoes or standing in someone's place. In this sense, representation is a political one. And the politics of representation involves standing in somebody's place, that is speaking for somebody. This is the first meaning of the word representation. The second issue with representation is speaking from. Who is speaking and in what manner one is speaking. The issue of agency becomes important. Who speaks for whom? Who stands for whom? And from what location and from what position does one speak to the other? These are 2 very important terms, and I borrowed this interpretation from a very important critical theorist of our time, Dr. Rodriquez, Bivan, who says that the whole act of representation becomes a political one in the sense that it is a proxy, that somebody represents somebody, for example, a member representing a constituency. It's the second part of the word representation, which is very important for us, to represent, to make a portrait, to recast, to repaint. And it is here that the empowerment, the question of empowerment associated with the word representation lies. This brings me to the second term, which is very complicated. Whenever we associate representation with women, we look at women as a homogeneous category. In newspapers, we see women and children, and academics and activists and theorists have been questioning this homogenizing term for women because woman is not a homogeneous category. The positionality, the existence of a woman is always already complicated with multiple intersections that happen. Her intersection into class, caste, ethnicity, nationality. So it is to retrieve the woman, the real image of the woman, if at all there is something called real, quote unquote, to retrieve the woman's voice in that complex web in which she's caught because of the intersections of many factors, class, caste, ethnicity, nationality. This brings me to the other complicated term, which is Northeast India, which again is used as a homogenizing term. We have multiple images of Northeast India. Northeast is not one homogenizing term that represents the diversity that is contained in Northeast India. And it is even more complicated when we link it to the representation of women of Northeast India. Is there a homogeneous category, which we can say women of Northeast India? Now, there is always an objectifying of an image which results from a stereotyping. What is stereotyping? When we repeatedly use a term to objectify and fit somebody's description, it is called stereotyping. So the term Northeast India often in journalistic parlance or sometimes even in political parlance becomes a very, very stereotypical term. When we say Northeast, and historians have been working, historians working in the field of Northeast studies, partition studies, have been looking at who's Northeast, from whose position is it Northeast. And historically, when Northeast was a part of the Bengal presidency, it was the Northeast. The British had described it as Northeast of the Bengal presidency. So the whole question is of a relative one, and therefore it is impossible to define a homogeneous term which we say women of Northeast India. We have women and we have women, and we have to retrieve the woman in her multiple roles that she plays. And the most important is the question of how she is represented and how she would like to represent herself. Here comes the question of her own empowerment and agency as self-description. So representation, when it becomes a description of the self, appropriating or contesting the descriptions given by the other, that is exactly what is intended when we have a national seminar of this kind. This is representation, recasting, rewriting, remapping the whole paradigm of gender discourse, understanding that women of Northeast India in our multiple roles, in the multiple complexities of locations. This is what is meant by representation of women of Northeast India. Now comes the question of what is multidisciplinary discourse. Now we know that every academic discipline is an interdisciplinary one. There is an interface, a dialogue between one discipline and the other. The term basically came from the theorist who is known as Michel Foucault, who first tried to the term representation as opposed to representation. So this is very important. The political representation of women by way of 1/3 representation in parliament is one kind of representation which is more in the domain of a political claim or political representation. But in sociological terms, how many women from our societies are able to find a place in that 1/3 representation? Does it really affect the lives of women in their everyday lives? These are some of the critical questions that we need to ask when we address the seminar of this kind. Now, I don't need to explain to our audience here as to the representation of matrimony in Meghalaya as it is represented. I myself am familiar with several filmmakers and makers of documentaries who come and interview women thinking that this is a paradise to locate the empowered woman of Meghalaya in a matrimony. And we know many scholars have worked on this matrimony debate. And we know, for example, I immediately a name that comes to my mind is my friend and editor of a long time, Mukhim, who often says that matrimony is often in the garb of the patriarchy. It's a subtle form of patriarchy that operates, because to be a custodian and to be the owner in terms of having rights over property, the question of property rights is immense. So a custodian is not the owner. People often confuse matrimony with matriarchy, and that is where this debate also needs to be understood as to whether the woman, and we heard in the morning several interesting presentations on matrimony, among judges asks how immensely disempowered a woman is, because the whole question is about consent, about being able to have a say, and one finds that it is not possible to have her voice in important decision making that happens. Now, one of the ways in which women have been trying to recast or represent, and we find it more and more in women who are rewriting folklore myths. We know that all kinds of institutions, political, social, religious, women have been often misrepresented. Representation has often led to misrepresentation or underrepresentation. And it is here that many eminent scholars, as insiders of the community, are trying to recast the whole myth. So, for example, in the context of the Khasi context, Dr. S has rewritten the story of Tana. As you see in the Aunada context, Tempura has tried to revisit the origin, the myth of origin of the Aunadas, looking at a very important character who actually does not have agency. Then there's always a gap. And these scholars have always worked to see the gap that women always existed as a figment of the male imagination, but in real society she was highly empowered. Just because one sees the powerful images, as you see in Hindu mythology, of the empowered Durga, the empowered Kali, but it doesn't mean that such women actually exist in society. When Shakespeare was writing, people often questioned that from where did Shakespeare get this idea of this empowered heroines, Portia, Isabella? Because such women actually never existed in society. And in feminist scholarship, these are often looked at as a huge gap between fictional representation and real representation. So one of the ways that scholars have been wanting to tackle this problem, the gap of representation, is to recast folk narratives, recast myth, recast historical narratives. Women are extremely looked at as disempowered subjects erased from history. So one of the ways have been contemporary Northeast historians have been working how to bring women into gender history, how to map her back into spaces where she has been silent. Now the question is, how does a woman speak for herself? In the question of speaking for herself or writing herself, there has been immense contribution to the French feminists who actually constituted feminist thought, philosophically charting the whole paradigm of how women's body, women's sexuality, women's creativity have been actually suppressed under patriarchy. And patriarchy as a social institution operates through its various agencies, through sometimes it circulates through various images, it circulates through the culture industry. And it is here that there's always a need to resist the images which disempower subjects. We know that representation is highly a political act. For example, if you look at the white ethnographer's account of Northeast India, you will find that the native has always been described as a disempowered Orient. For example, if you look at the narratives of Robert Lindsay, who describes the whole of Northeast frontier as the Garden of Eden, but the people who live here, the natives, are described in terms of being barbaric, being immoral, pagans. So this is how the space of representation is highly contested. And one needs to fight for a space in the space of representation so that one could appropriate one's own, one could appropriate the images of stereotypes with which the other has described. So the thrust is for self-description. And in this context, it will be mentioned that literature has been a very important field at this point of time, which has provided for source material to sociology, to history, to other disciplines, to anthropology, so that one could see the shades and the various intersectionalities that happen of identities, of locations, of voices, of representations. So it is very important for us to see, to revisit the institution of religion and mythology. For example, the quintessential representation of women as temptress, as it happens in Manusmriti, or the image of Eve, as you see in the narrative of Adam and Eve, okay, as a temptress. This has been attended to by many scholars, not today, but since the time we have a very important account given by John Milton, who recast this whole representation of Eve as a temptress and says, why did she force Adam to eat the fruit of the forbidden tree? Not to make him sin, but so much did I love him that without him I could live no life. With him, it is derivative, as if it does not stand on its own. And here you find that contemporary scholars, I just mentioned the French philosophers, Louis Irigaray, and a very important creative writer in Sisu, who actually says women must break the snare of silence that has been imposed of them since centuries. Women must rise. Have you seen a woman speak in public, fumbling, looking for words? Because speaking in public was something that was denied to her. Holding a pen was something that was denied to her. A woman holding a pen was considered to be blasphemous. So we have immense narratives available in literature which tells how women have appropriated these discourses of stereotyping with women. Now, you may ask about the reformist movements that happened, about the emancipation of women. We have seen this in the context of Assam, where the sea, who in 1857 wrote a very important play called Ram Navami Nata, where Navami is a widow who is falling in love with Ram, and in the drama it was shown that because Navami thought that she committed a sin by falling in love, a widow is not supposed to fall in love, and she fell in love, and it is here that she committed suicide. So as if she had no other way to justify her relationship, she had to commit suicide. Now this was questioned by contemporary audience of that time, and also by scholars. But why is that? The protagonist is always made to commit suicide as if she had done something wrong. So revisited, and this whole issue of how women negotiated with colonial modernity in Northeast India. We have immense examples of how this has happened. Now, I have a lot to say, but I know that there is time constraint, and I would be very happy to share the paper so that if there is any question, one will come back with. They are running behind schedule, and there are many academic sessions, but I'm very tempted to say that in every state of Northeast India, we have unique projection of representation of women. Say, for example, the state of Manipur, a very, very powerful language of resistance have been exhibited by the naked mothers, the Mera Babies, who actually resisted the Armed Forces Special Power Act, invented a new vocabulary of political resistance. And this is a very, very powerful form of intervention as non-political actors, how the middle-aged mothers, the same can be said as the Naga Mothers Association. One can talk of Mizoram, where the Mizo Women's Federation have actually contested the whole discourse of, allowing women to be, after passing the Bachelor of Divinity, not being allowed to join positions in the church. And this is where a number of social movements that have happened, have actually recast the image of the woman. So representation of women actually constitutes a very important social movement of contemporary times. And one can see that a number, and in this context, I should give credit to the feminist publication, which has actually published a number of anthologies collecting memoirs and stories that women have written about themselves, about their cultures, to resist the misrepresentation by the others. So women writing their own narratives, speaking from their own positions, multiple multiple voices. Here, the oral tradition getting transcribed into a written culture. Because of absence of records, orality, the whole rich treasure house of orality is getting lost, and one needs to revisit the narrative, to recast the stories, to see the image of an empowered woman, to actually understand what constitutes the agency of a woman. How does she look at herself as a subject and as an object? She has often been commodified by the others as an object of description, and how she's employed her own tools to be able to look at herself, to describe herself. And it is here that one needs to see that how contemporary women's movements are revisited. We also find the same happening in Arunachal Pradesh. A number of narratives which are actually describing the immense contribution that women have made in the field. There are a lot of materials that I say this in the interest of students of the gender rights of rice. So the rice cultivation was actually started by women. That's not important, but women, the gender skills that was available with women who actually prescribe different patterns of rice farming. The immense contribution as women farmers. We just heard in the morning of paper women farmers. These are some of the things that needs to be relocated to build the intellectual history of the women of Northeast India, instead of looking at Northeast per se as a disempowered, marginalized space, and looking further at women of Northeast as doubly marginalized. One needs to see the agencies of empowerment that are coming forth in multiple narratives, in multiple discourses. So with this, I wish the seminar all the best, and I hope that a lot of further discussions happen in some of the knots that I have tried to unpack. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, dear and respected madam. We would have loved to listen to you. It was really pleasant, enlightening. And I think this is one address, I think, which can be said like one off-first thought, but there so well expressed. And I think happy students will sit at your feet and learn. And today I think they have a glimpse of that. Happy for the time, happy for the thoughts shared. I think this should give us a quick start for us teachers, and I think more especially for the students. Thank you so much, ma'am. We would love to hear more from you, and certainly we would love to have that address of yours in black and white. Thank you, ma'am. I'm coming up with another story, this time a novel by Ayn Rand, I think which some of us have read. It's a novel by the name Atlas Shrugged. Atlas is a Titan, Greek Titan, a Hellenistic god, and the novel speaks about a time when members of the community who were really contributing to it got so wearied of the ingratitude and the disrespect that they were receiving, and they began to go away one by one from the society. I'm narrating the story from my own perspective because I see some cases, with expressions of incredulity. This is my own take. So they began disappearing from the society, and then there came a time when the society became chaotic. It's intelligentsia, and the people who were really contributing to the society, like builders, artisans, poets, engineers, architects, planners, visionaries, politicians, rulers, they have to be recalled to the society. The novel says not shrunk, and he shrunk this way because he's supposed to be carrying the world will collapse. I think the comparison or the analogy that I'm trying to draw is very clear. I take the opportunity to thank a young semester for taking the stage forward with great sense of responsibility and leadership acumen. And at this point of time, it is my distinct privilege to request our chief guest, Sri Conrad S. Sangma, to address this gathering. We look forward to listening to you, sir.
Chairperson of today's program, Dr. Barbara S. Sangma, our respected principal of Bosco College, Tura, Father Mukhim, the keynote speaker of today's program, Professor Sukalpa Bhattacharya, all the other dignitaries who are present on the dais and off the dais, and all the resource persons who have joined us physically out here, and those who are also online, all the faculty members, teaching and non-teaching staff, and all my dear students who have come here to participate in the national seminar for representation of women of Northeast in multidisciplinary discourse. At the very outset, I would sincerely like to apologize for having deferred the program that was already deferred earlier from the days to now the hours deferment days. And I must not take this as an excuse, but these are facts that number one, there was a video conferencing with the Honorable Prime Minister, which I could not avoid, which caused a bit of a delay. And after that, there were a few hundred people in the house who were there who I could not leave behind. As you know that elections just got over, so people are still in election mode. So they can't easily just leave right now. So, and I also could not leave them. So I had to spend time just going through the issues. And before I could get up, you know, another 10 people came, another 20 came, another 100 came, and hence the program got delayed. So I sincerely apologize. I can tell you that I normally stick to my times. There are hardly handful of programs which I am late to. So your program definitely is in that distinct category of my late programs. So one thing at least I will remember this program for, which is the fact that I was very late for this program. I think this is the most I've been late ever. So this is something that is a kind of a distinction for this program. But I do apologize, and I understand how valuable your time is and each one's time is, and I'm so grateful to all of you for having adjusted to my time and being here for this program. Having said that, I will not speak much on this issue or the subject, because I can see that for the next 2 days, we'll be deliberating on this very, very important issue, I say, for the next couple of days. And I'm sure that it will come out very, very productive. And I really look forward to the valuable suggestions and outcomes of this national seminar. On a very, very light note, and a very, kind of a more happy note, I'd like to mention that representation of women is not a big issue for me, because I have 2 daughters and of course my wife, so my house is full of women. And I can tell you again on a very light note that when it comes to power, full power is with them, especially my daughters. And therefore, this subject, my daughter just called me. And in fact, she was on video call while Madam was speaking. And she asked me, where am I? What am I doing? She just got off school right now. So I told her that I'm in this conference talking about representation of women. Then she mentioned to me, well, don't forget to mention my name. And don't forget to mention that I spoke to you before and I told you what to speak in the conference. So I'm just following her instructions and telling you that she called me, and though she didn't tell me anything, but she told me to tell you that she told me everything. Coming on the serious note, I remember in 2018, when I just took over as the Chief Minister in my first term, and we had a very, very crucial meeting for the health department. And I remember in that meeting, we had a very major issue that was regarding maternal mortality rates. And I was made to understand, obviously with facts, that Meghalaya was one of the worst in the whole country. And in my first meeting, what I was made to understand was that it was because of the low institutional deliveries in our state, where we had less than 50% of the deliveries taking place, not in institutions, but under unprofessional situations and with unprofessional manpower, and hence that led to a large number of deaths during delivery, and a lot of mothers were losing their lives. And hence started a very, very important chapter for me personally, where we started looking at how we could improve the institutional delivery. And hence we started investing in ambulances, in local vehicles. We started ensuring that we encourage people to come out and go to institutions for delivery, not take the risk of getting into a risk where you may lose your life. And a lot of awareness programs were held during that time. And we suddenly saw that the institutional delivery started going up. And I was very happy to see that. But then the number of deaths were not going down. We still had a large number of deaths during delivery. And hence we started going more deeper into the problem. And we realized that it was happening because, again, another reason was because there were very lot of mothers who were high-risk mothers. And high-risk meaning many things, for example, anemic, having different medical issues, and the gaps between births, and the fact that there was third pregnancy or fourth pregnancy or fifth pregnancy. And then we started realizing that it is deeper than just simply the institutional deliveries. Here we need to ensure that we are able to identify the high-risk mothers and provide them with the necessary support so that they are taken care of at the right time to reduce the overall deaths during delivery. And hence started the next phase of our entire program, where we started then monitoring every single pregnant mother. We have been monitoring more than 2.5 lakh mothers in the last 5 years. And at any given time, there are close to about 30,000 plus minus pregnant mothers in our state. And we monitor each one of them every day through a software. We know exactly which village they are from, who is the Asha who's taking care of her, who is the medical doctor who's supposed to attend to her, including how many checkups that have been done. All are being today monitored for at any given time, the mothers who are pregnant. And then we are looking at the 10-50%, normally about 10-15% are high-risk mothers. So about 3,000 mothers are always, 3,000 plus mothers are always high-risk. And then we started this program of going into details of how we then started to provide safe transit homes for mothers. And we started this program where the government would then pick up the mothers, bring them to a safe transit home, which was again made by the government. And we started to then take care of the mothers 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the due date. And we would also give support financially to the mothers, provide them food, provide them a clean and good space to stay and eat. And not only that, we will also give space and financial support to another person who would be able to support the mother during those crucial times. And while we started doing that, with all the steps that started taking place, we realized that we saw again a huge jump, we saw a reduction in the maternal mortality rates. And let me tell you, in the last 5 years, we have seen the maternal mortality rates come down by over 45% in the state because of these few steps that we have taken. But then once we started doing this, we started realizing that it is not just about the safe motherhood program. We realized that there are some mothers who are giving birth every year. And you will go to some of the villages in certain rural areas and you will find that they have 8, 9 children. And on an average, in some areas, some districts, some villages, we have mothers who are 23 years old, 25 years old, and they're giving birth to the 5th child in the village. And then we realize that it goes far beyond just medicine and care and the overall high-risk mothers. We realize that it is to do with the entire economic empowerment of women in India. And that's when we started realizing that unless we are not able to engage our women in different economic activities in the larger picture, we will not be able to ultimately find a permanent solution to this. For us to be able to find a solution that is going to be long-lasting, we need basic changes in our social systems. We need to ensure that there's a gap in the birth between any child of minimum 3 years. Not just 1 year, but 3 years. We realize that we need to make these kind of things happen. We need the mothers to be engaged in economic activities. And hence a big and massive program started from our side where we went into creating self-help groups. Today, Meghalaya may be one of the few states in the country which has almost 95% from our rural households. One woman from every household today is in a self-help group. We have over 4 lakh women in self-help groups, which was at a number of about 30,000-40,000 when we took over in 2018. We had about 4,000-5,000 groups then, and today, 5 years, we have 45,000 self-help groups in our state. Now, why am I telling you all of this? Number one, to tell you and share with you the fact that I, as the Chief Minister of the state and as head of the government, we have been very, very focused on issues that are concerning women. Steps have been taken in small ways to make things happen. Of course, a lot has to be done, but we are on track to ensure that different issues that are there related with women, they are all connected. And we need to realize that it's not about just the health of the women. We need to realize that the health of the women is connected to the economic activity that's taking place. If a woman is busy in different economic activities and in creation of livelihood and overall revenue generation for the family, a lot of the pregnancies that are there, they can be spaced out as we require. So all of these things are very much connected. That's something that we must realize. We cannot look at a problem and just say that, well, this is the issue and expect that we'll be able to resolve it. So while I've been through all the different issues and points that we have here, all of them obviously have their own concerns, whether it is the issue of proprietary rights, issue of representation in media, issue of women entrepreneurship, women and land issue, political empowerment, women in science. All of these aspects are in one way or the other connected, and we must, at the end of the day, see that entire picture in terms of the dots that we have in front of us, which I feel number one should be something that we should look at. And I personally feel, because what I have seen in the last 5 years especially, is that economic empowerment does play a very, very crucial role in ensuring that all these factors that are there are somehow or the other minimized or improved, you may say, or the problems are minimized. We can achieve certain level of success if we are able to economically empower our women and activate them. And I feel that most of these issues then can be affected. I'm not saying resolved, but they will be seriously affected, and we'll be able to find some kind of solution to this. But while I say that, I think what Madam Professor Bhattacharya mentioned, I think is very relevant. The point that she mentioned is that it is not possible for us to homogenize this entire thing and say, well, women and women of North. It is something that we need to look at, because that's how we see the big picture. But while we find solutions to this problem, there are specific problems that are there in specific areas. I am of the belief always that while we create a larger policy framework, while we create a larger narrative, while we create a larger picture and solution to the overall thing, these pictures are all connected and made by dots that are there. And unless we are able to rectify those dots and able to create small changes in every single sphere or dot that is there, the problem is there, we will not be able to improve the larger. So yes, we need to understand the larger picture, we need to understand what is it that we need to achieve, the larger policy framework, but there are specifics that are there in every category of problem. And if we do not focus on the micro details, I think we will not be able to find a way or make clear changes that we should be doing when it comes to issues that are related in general for the representation of women in the Northeast in different discourses. So therefore, I just wanted to say the second part is that though we are part of the large picture and the larger problem and larger policy framework, every section, every issue has specific problems, and we need to find specific solutions to them. I believe in small steps, but firm steps to make the difference. It's not always that we'll find big solutions to these problems. There's a large problem, we will divide it into micro problems and find small solutions or even big solutions to those small problems. One cannot see the large picture and just say, well, that's the problem and I don't know what to do about it. We'll never be able to find a solution. We'll never be able to do anything constructive with a matter of fact. And this is true for everything. It's not just true for these issues that we're talking about, maybe with youth, maybe related to women, maybe related to farmers. I think it's important that when we are looking and observing and working towards a solution to a problem, you need to break them into micro details. That's my second point that I would like to make. And my third, and I think most important point that I would like to make is that we need to realize that at the end of the day, a lot depends on our mindset. I think it's very important to see a particular situation. I keep talking about this a lot, that you can see the same situation, you can look at a glass and say it's half empty, or you can look at the glass and say it's half full. And I think it's important to realize that while we are addressing concerns and issues that are there for anybody, be it farmers' issues, be it issues related to women, be it reservation issues, all of these issues that are going to confront us as we move forward in all policy making and all the decisions that we need to take, we need to realize that we need to have a very, very positive mindset in terms of what we're looking at. Now, having a positive mindset doesn't mean that we overlook the problem. Absolutely not. We have to realize that the problem is there, but it is the way in which you look at the problem. You look at it in a positive manner, or you look at it in a negative manner. Because if you look at it in a negative manner, then all you will do is keep finding problems and problems and problems and problems and keep repeating the problems again and get nowhere. But if you have a positive mindset, then you can look at the problem and say, well, what can I do about it? What is the solution to that problem? How can I change things? How can I improve things? How can I make things better? And I think that is key to ensuring that what we do today, what we discuss today, actually fructifies into something that's going to be meaningful. Now today we'll end this 2-day seminar and maybe we'll meet again after 3 years or 2 years for another seminar. But the question is, don't we want real change? Don't we want what we discussed in the seminar today? Well, if you realize that when it's going to be the small things that we do, if it's a small self-help group that needs to be helped today, And that will ensure that the livelihood of the women goes up. And that will increase the overall economic empowerment of the women in that particular group. And that will lead to overall improvement in the health aspects also for the women. I think it's important that we are able to create this positive mindset. I call it a happy mindset. That's what I call. So that's the reason why we have the happiness index which we're bringing in. It is going to be very, very exciting, by the way. And I keep telling people that happiness is really more internal than external. You can have everything and you can be unhappy, and you can have, well, not everything, but still be satisfied with what you have. Thank God for what He's given to you and blessed you, and move forward in a positive manner. And I think it's important that when we address an issue that is so broad in nature, with so many factors and so many problems that are there, I think it's important that we have a positive mindset in terms of how we will move forward and find different solutions in this. Now, I don't want to go into subject matter as such, because there are so many aspects of the different discourses that we have mentioned out here. My suggestion and my request to all of you would be that, number one, that we are realizing that yes, there are many, many issues and factors that affect women in our society today. History has been very clear. Many areas are there where women have maybe not been given certain positions or certain privileges, or you can say certain rights. I would say privileges, rights is the correct word, but should have been there. And maybe the situation could have been different. So it's very important to figure out, especially in a generation like this, where it's becoming more and more about equality. Even equality, as we all know, is part of the SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals for every country, every state. So definitely all of us are working towards ensuring that these aspects are there. So therefore, while we look at all of this, yes, there have been problems in the past. Yes, there have been concerns. Yes, there are many areas in which we can make huge improvement, whether it's from governance point of view, from policy making point of view, certain political decisions, or even individual decisions and decisions at the society level. And I hope that we will be going into all of those aspects while we speak about these different issues that are there. All these subjects that I could read seem to be very, very exciting, and I do hope that we will come out with a publication of these different articles that have come out during the course of this seminar. And more importantly, if there are actionables that we can bring out of the discussion that you have, real actionables, which then can be given out to different organizations, different political leaders, governments, or society at large, state as well. During the course of discussion, this came out, and give the representation and letter to the concerned people on those different organizations, so that there is a meaningful outcome to the discussion that we have in the course of the next 2 days. So friends, I won't go much into, as I said, the details. I was again jokingly telling another colleague of mine that when I asked what is the subject of today's seminar, and they said, well, representation of women of Northeast Indian multidisciplinary course. So I was like silent for about 10 seconds, and the person asked me, why are you silent? I said, I don't know whether this is more complicated or the reservation policy is more complicated. So I have to be quite quiet and be careful in what I say, or rather more careful in what I don't say, what I should not say. So that's what it is. And having heard the passionate keynote address given by Professor Sukalpa Bhattacharya, she's really laid down all different aspects. As she said, in 40 minutes, 45 minutes, even 1 hour, you cannot do justice to the kind of knowledge she has, and more importantly, the subject that's in front. I'm sure that next 2 days we will really, really get into the depth of all of these aspects, and I really look forward to seeing the publication, and more importantly, the actionables that will come out into what steps maybe government can take in terms of different programs, policies, schemes that we can come up with to really make a real change at the grassroots level in the different aspects and challenges that are faced by the society at large. So with these few words, I once again would like to congratulate the organizing committee for this wonderful initiative. I would like to thank our principal, Father Mukhim, who has been very passionate about what he does. I have known him for a very long time, the time he was in Guwahati, even when he was in Shillong. So we share a very long, past relationship. And I've always seen him to be a very positive man. I have not heard him sing, by the way, nor have I seen him dance. So I was hoping that there would be some performance in today's program where we would see, a dance number by Father Mukhim. But I think maybe I have to wait for another day for that privilege to happen. But I really look forward to the day when I will see Father Mukhim sing and also dance. So I thank him once again for his leadership and for his commitment to the students and to the people and to the staff and to the college and more importantly to the education sector as a whole. And I wish him and the Don Bosco College the very best. Don Bosco College has excelled in every sphere and surpassed everybody's expectations and made all of us very proud. The students that come out of this college are very distinct. And I say that because my wife passed out here. And apart from that, of course, all the students who are there right now also. So make sure that clipping of this part goes to my wife. Take care of myself, guys. Anyway, so with these few words, once again, I wish this program the very best. Apologize for taking so much of time. I know all of you are very hungry, and so am I. So I once again thank you all, and I wish this program and this particular national seminar the very best. May God bless each and every one of us out here. May God bless Don Bosco College, and may God bless our beautiful state of Meghalaya. Kublai Patela, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, respected sir, for your insightful speech. I think what I like best about sir's speech is about the actionables, because I think that is where we need to look into, and we are encouraged that sir is talking about actionables. And now we know that there is the head of the state who is behind us when we want to go forward and make things happen. I think it's one of those three categories to make things happen. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Wanphai Mary Japang to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. S Sangma, Professor Bhatacharya, Father of Village University, Long, and Professor Samita Abadi, Besides Professor Father of Village and Business Professors of African University of several years. And everyone present here and also those who join us via online. At the outset, I, on behalf of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, IQAC, Department of Philosophy, Internal Complaints Committee, and the entire Don Bosco College Tura, take this privilege to express my deepest gratitude to the Chief Guest, Dr. Convener, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, for sharing his insightful thoughts and experiences and inspiring words. For the special grant and assistance provided to the college for the purpose of this seminar, and for sparing his valuable time to grace this inaugural session in spite of his hectic schedule. Thank you, sir. A profound gratitude to the keynote speaker, Professor Bhatacharya of Northeastern University, Shillong, for accepting our invitation and for her willingness to join us in person, in spite of the fact that she has other commitments in the university. We are also deeply grateful to Professor Palva for enlightening and augmenting our knowledge about the theme of this seminar, which in the process has broadened our views and perspectives. Thank you, Madam. I express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Subhadra Mandal for consenting to be special guest and to be the chairperson of one of the sessions in this seminar. Your presence has made this program a memorable and eventful one. I extend my gratitude to the guests of honor of this session, Sri Rakam S Sangma, Honorable Education Minister of Meghalaya, for sharing his valuable thoughts, encouraging and inspiring words to everyone present here. A special thanks and gratitude to the Principal, Reverend Father Bivan Mukhim, for his welcome speech, for his constant support and motivation rendered from time to time to all the faculties and students of the college in every activity undertaken by the college and for soliciting or declaring this. My sincere thanks also goes to the Vice Principal, Reverend Father John Walkerty, for all his efforts and assistance in order to make this seminar an eventful one. I take this privilege to place on the board or deepest gratitude and special thanks to the IQAC coordinator and convener of the seminar, Dr. Barbara S. Sangma, for enlightening us about the aim, the scope, and meaning of the theme of the seminar, for all efforts, dedication, and hard work to make the seminar an eventful and successful one. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the faithful presenters and participants who joined us both offline and online for making this seminar a memorable and an eventful one. I also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the faculties of the college, the conveners and members of the different committees and the non-teaching staff for putting their heart and soul to make the seminar a grand success. I extend my thanks to the students who performed the prayer song, the NCC cadets, NSS members, NSS members of SWA, and all the students for their help and cooperation to see and check that this seminar goes on smoothly. I also take this privilege to express my gratitude to the technical team of our college, Mr. John Satish, Evelyn S. Sangma, and Kaushik Paul for rendering the technical assistance. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks to the SBI Regional Office, January Branch Tura, Prime Alternative Tura, Kitchen Book House, and Jodhi Prakashan, Mathura UP for the financial assistance and the services required for the seminar. Once again, thank you everyone for making this session a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wanphai, for your contribution, for your dedication, for all that you are. I think, yeah, hunger is the best source, he said. So let us make us a little more hungry, and then let me just reflect on this. So many times we have sung the national anthem, but do we ever stop to think about the meaning? Maybe the Bengali friends would know, because it is derived from the Sanskrit. But I just want to delineate a little bit about the national anthem before we all rise to sing. The translation of our national anthem goes like this: Thou art the ruler of the minds of all people, dispenser of India's destiny. The name arouses the hearts of Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, and Maratha, of Dravida and Odisha and Bengal. It echoes in the hills of Vindhyas and Himalayas, mingles in the music of Yamuna and Ganga, and is chanted by the waves of the Indian Sea. They pray for thy blessings and sing thy praise. The saving of all people waves in thy hand. Thou dispenser of India's destiny, victory, victory, victory. So in short, we are invoking the land, the mother spirit, to be with us, to be always with us, to be our guide, to be the dispenser of all that is good with us. With this, I would like to request Madam Jennifer and some of the choristers to lead us with the national anthem. So, are you all right?
Thank you, Dr. Barbara S. Sangma. The power of our national anthem unites us and fills our hearts with love for our country. So let us sing our national anthem.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Vanga, Vindhya, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchala, Janani, Taranga, Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mange, Gaye Tava Jaya Bhava, Janagana Mangala Dayaka Jaya, Bharat Bhagya Vidhana, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya 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 He.
We shall now proceed for lunch. Bon appetit, everybody.
Just share that one. We have to share from there. Double click. Oh, already sharing. You stop the sharing. Now,
You already come for lunch. In charges, you are.
It is in your dinner table, dining table, isn't
Come
it?
together again and please, there is a seat, not please, thank you.
yes, I will share. Why this? We don't need to. Here, here you click.
Good afternoon. Entitled Role of Women in the Social Life of Patron Tribal Society in Herewith of Meghalaya. Sir, please go.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rodriquez, assistant professor from Loyola College, Department of History. My topic is the role of women in the social life of Hajong Tribal Society in Herewith of Meghalaya. So I'd like to start out. The Hajong are the indigenous tribe of Mongoloid race living in different parts of Assam, Arunachal, Meghalaya, Tripura, Andaman, Madhya Pradesh, and Bangladesh. They profess Hinduism. The Hajongs follow the patriarchal form of family system, and the line of descent is traced to the father. However, in this patriarchal society of Hajong, a Hajong woman can decide the marriage perspective of her children. The customary law may have been broken, allow the daughters to inherit the father's landed and household property if there is no male heir in the family. Let's come to marriage. In Hajong society, marriage ceremony is the most important event in a Hajong life. When the son and daughter reach the marriageable age, it is the obligation of the parents to see what they are properly and timely carried out. Marriage is conducted by Adhikari, it is priest or Brahmin priest. The Hajong in the matter of marriage, follow the clan acrimony fully. In other words, no marriage can take place between a boy and girl belonging to the same lineage, that is matriarchal clans, who are considered as a brother and sister. The Hajong were also orthodox about the marriages. They were not allowed to marry outside the community as they believed it will dilute their vows. If the nicknames of the brides and the groom's mother were found to be found from the same clan, the proposal had to be drawn forthwith. At present, instead of nicknames, Gotra, that the patrilineal clan is examined. The marriage between the same Gotra of the father of the proposed couple is forbidden. Let us see some of the marriage. We have the Kalki marriage. That is, the parents of the bride side are supposed to pay a nominal amount in cash the bride price, which is called the Kalki marriage. But now this system has to replace the offering of gifts to the bridegroom by the parents of the bride, provided the boy on the high demand in the marriage. Other is Super Bivan, that is the arranged marriage, and other types like we have Sangha Bivan and Sangha Bivan, that is the widow marriage. Among these, the Super Bivan is preferred the most. Let us see now the role of Hajong woman. The Hajong social fabric will not remain strong without the sincere cooperation of the woman. Women are co-workers and real partners of her husband. As a mother, she gives immense respect of sons, daughters, and daughter-in-laws. Her status is the same as her husband. Not in domestic affairs, but in foreign matters also, are constantly essentials. Other women even participate in various economic activities like the making of Brahmapati, that's wear from the above race. Then we have Tura argan, it's like a shawl, or people call it mekla. Then even they used to make gamsa. So even is to call gamsa. The clothes are made in the tradition of handloom like salbana, which is both the hand and leg they used to use for making. Then they have tatbana and chipibana. Apart from this, they also export in bamboo making articles. These are used to sell from the home or the nearby markets or huts. And come to now religious ceremonies. The Hajong women also participate in various religious ceremonies like we have, they call it Loki Puja, just like Bengalis, and Hindi we call Lakshmi Puja. Loki Puja is done without the Brahmin feast. This puja is celebrated individually by the families of the village in the month of June. They are the eldest female member of the family play an important role in all religious rituals. This puja has three ceremonies. First one is Puja Puja ceremony. Then the second is Ana ceremony. Then we have Dan Duka and Tachi Doa ceremony. Apart from this, the women also participated other pujas like Kartik Puja, in which the male can't participate. Then we have various festivals like Kaki Bihu, Sabao Bihu, and Charkala festivals. The Charkala festivals begins 1 or 2 days ahead of Diwali and continues for 7 to 9 days. This festival gives young boys and girls the opportunity to give the contents to each other through friends for future choice of marriage. I'd like to conclude my topic. Although the other women activities may not be physically visible from an outsider point of view, they play a very important role in their patriarchal society. Whether in social or religious activities, other women play equal part. For marriages to religious rituals and offering, the teenage to learn offering the presence of woman is required. It is compulsory for every other woman from a teenage to learn the art of weaving, which is regarded as a qualification for women in marriage. Thus they are hard workers working hand in hand with male counterparts in the activity as well. Thus, other women's role in economic and political gains cannot be ignored. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Bivan S Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Bosco College, to present her paper. And the paper is entitled as Women and the Challenges in Discussion, with special reference to the local entrepreneurs of Tura.
Once again, a very good afternoon to all the presenters and the participants assembled here. My title is Women and Entrepreneurship, with special reference to local entrepreneurs of Tura, West Hills, Meghalaya. Economists voted Shopify in India, 1883 to 1933, defined the role of entrepreneur as being involved in the creative destruction and making entrepreneurship responsible for new ideas and innovations that disrupted traditional and existing businesses or industries and replaced them with something new and forward-thinking is what is entrepreneurship. And according to one of the local women entrepreneurs, Madam Kimara, she says that someone who has the power to reinvent the old system into a new one is what a woman entrepreneur is. According to the government of India, a woman entrepreneur is defined as an enterprise owned and controlled by a woman having a minimum financial interest of 51% of the capital and giving at least 61% of the employment generated in the enterprise to women. We see in the image given here that women are multitaskers, tasking from office work responsibilities, home responsibilities, teachers with children, and in the process care of waste and means to bring out the solutions to these spheres of activities. And however, the entrepreneurship is not a natural choice for the citizens of the state of Meghalaya. because there are many challenges to enterprise development and promotion in the form of economic, cultural, and socio-economic backgrounds. And we see recently that there is a dramatic increase in the field of entrepreneurs. So there are many women who are moving towards the forefront of entrepreneurs, just to not only to live up their, not only to live up the status, but also to develop and to promote the family status in the community and the special, in the particular and nation at large. The statistical data of women entrepreneurship in India is that only about 14% of Indian women own or run businesses according to the 6th Economic Census conducted in the year 2014. And here is the map depicting the concentration of women in Meghalaya. We have only 0.37% established their entrepreneurship. The justification of my study is that female entrepreneurs are at the forefront, driving innovation and creativity in products and services. And if you look at the scenario of the local women entrepreneurs in Tura, it is not so impressive, and there are many challenges to be addressed. And it is because they encounter lack of access to capital, mentorship, and support systems. The methodology of the study comprises questionnaire and personal interview. The objectives of my studies are to analyze the motive of becoming a women entrepreneur, to examine the influence to set up a business venture, to find out the financial assistance given at the initial stage of the entrepreneurship, to identify the types of qualities needed to become an entrepreneur. And based on their accomplishments, we have Seven Cherry. The owner of Seven Cherry is Yamada Kimara. She is a software engineer, and she offers an array of cheap and tastefully crafted culinary pieces. And she focuses to retrieve the dyed traditional handicrafts of Northeastern tribes, which have a great history of glamour to their ornamental collection. You can see the picture. You see it is a fusion of traditional motifs signifying the tribal culture of Meghalaya and the Northeastern states, probably upscaling their demands. These are the traditional necklaces, modern traditional necklaces. These are the bridal accessories, hair clips, brooches, headbands, earrings, coin earrings, and bags made of requiring a local firm, keychains, brooches again, unisex brooches. And Semada was awarded with the 6 lakhs RFI grant, Honor Ricard Foundation of India, which is a program run by IIM, Calcutta Innovation Park. Second, we have Crystal's Creation, who is the owner, Crystal K. Sangma is the owner of Crystal's Creation. She is a 74-year-old woman, and she has a unique and innovative methodology to make skirts, headgears, accessories, bags, and other products from waste papers. These are her collections. She uses especially old calendars, wines, alcohol packets, and wires to make various types of handcrafts, which include traditional accessories like the gato, cadescels, photos, etc. This is a basket. The basket is made out of waste paper and calendars. A Garo traditional complete attire. And these are handicrafts made manually with low cost and limited labor. We have the third entrepreneur, Sekochi Sipara, in the form of Amy's accessories. She offers a large variety of earrings and necklaces, and the designs typically reflect a combination of traditional, tribal, and contemporary influences incorporated with Taekwondo. These are her accessories: a bow tie made out of Taekwondo, pouches, earrings, keychains, brooches, and she is also a recipient of Top 25 Entrepreneurs of Chip Tea Championship Challenge 2019. The findings and discussions
A questionnaire was circulated to these entrepreneurs where I have put the question, what is the motive to become a woman entrepreneur? And the chart reveals that 73.3% started their enterprise due to compulsion, and the compulsion cited was death of husband, and 66.7% women's motive to become an entrepreneur was to build a system that aligns the passion of creating with something purposeful. How were you influenced to set up your work? Temada K. Maram, the owner of Cherry, responded that she read about people working in the field of fashion or digital content. Creators who quit their job and started their business and doing well in their life, generating substantial income. Sister K. Sangma, she responded that after her death of her husband, she had to struggle for family survival as she was a lone bread earner. And Sangmachi Maram, she responded that fashion design basic course that she attended for the year in RTI that created in her a strong desire and passion to start with her work. What about qualities are needed to become an entrepreneur? The chart says that 3.3% responded with qualities such as being fearless, passionate, competitive, strong determination, and 66.7% responded that hardworking, disciplined, visionary, and resilience qualities are required. When the amount of capital to start their entrepreneurship, we have Temada Kimara, the owner of 7 cherry started with 10,000 to 15,000, 2,000 to Sri Sangma, and Sangmachi Kimara, which is 5,000. And some of the challenges faced by these local women entrepreneurs are inadequate how-to knowledge, taking financial risks, sustainability and growth of enterprise, delay in logistics, working extra long hours and internet problems, women's level of productivity and innovativeness, goods and services tax, training program or skill development program, and less things available for them. And the role of Meghalaya government in promoting or stimulating entrepreneurship can deliver social and economic growth and can also change the lifestyle of many households gradually but steadily. Women entrepreneurs.
Am I audible? Can you hear me? Yes, Father, can you hear me? Yes. Participants, can you hear me? I'm audible to all of you. Those who are online, please
Yes.
unmute. Yes, yes.
Yes,
Thank
I can hear you.
Yes, thank you. So we'll start right at 4 o'clock. We'll start the session, online session at 4 o'clock, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We just wanted to confirm all of the participants are present online. Could you tell me your names, please?
I'm Iba Vietnam.
No, one by one. Miss Plavita, you are there?
Iba Vietnam, sir.
Iba.
Hello. Yes,
Yes.
Iba Vietnam Macro, sir.
Iba Vietnam.
Yes, sir.
You are in which session you are supposed to speak? You're supposed to present your paper in?
No, sir. I'm just a participant.
Okay. No, in this online session 2 exactly. So those participants like Miss Plavita, you're there? Miss Jasmine? Richa?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Miss Jasmine, you're there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're from Nehru, Shillong.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then Dr. Richa Prakash, are you there? No. Monsenla?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, welcome. Tirtha Sharati Mahapatra? No. Lahun Jamang Baite? Krishna Kumar Khaun? Manbalang Marius Simlai? Santosh Kumar? And Tonotoli Chishi?
Present, sir.
Okay. So altogether we have 4 participants so far. Let's wait for a
Sir,
few more minutes.
excuse
Yes,
me,
please.
sir. You haven't called out my name. I am in the 5:10 p.m. slot. Dr. Sila Nunlui.
Yes, already I've seen your name written there. That's why I've marked
Thank
you
you so much,
present.
sir.
Yes, Sri Lui. Yes. Your assistant professor from IQAC,
Yes, sir.
Mizoram. Yes, welcome. So let us just wait for a few minutes. We'll start sharp at 4 o'clock. All the participants, as you know, this is a blended, we're having this national seminar in blended mode, and the parallel session is going on offline mode. And already we had the inaugural session with chief guest as the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Dr. Conrad K. Sangma, and Education Minister Sri Rakam A. Sangma was present there as guest of honor. And we had Dr. Sukalpa Bhattacharjee, Professor Sukalpa Bhattacharjee, from Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. She gave the keynote address. So the inaugural session is over. After post-lunch session, now we are having a parallel session, offline mode also there going on in the seminar hall. And we're here to have online session. And as I said, the session will begin at 4 o'clock, but just 5 minutes before we'll be online to make sure that, all the participants have, attended.
Oh my God.
Dear participants, please put your mic off. You mute it. And the person who has joined recently, please tell me your name.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Your name,
Sir,
please.
my name is Rubina Thama. My name is Rubina Thapa. I will be speaking in the slot where Lungjaman Baite and my name was there.
Your
They
timing
have-
was?
Sir, mine is
Please tell me.
now second session after Tritha Sarathi Mohapatra is
Okay.
mine.
That L Hunjamang Baite.
Lungjaman Baite will not be presenting. In his place, I
He'll
am
be presenting.
presenting. Yes, sir.
Your good name?
Sir Rubina Thapa.
Okay. Hello, Miss Rubina Thapa.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, in the paper which you have submitted, your name is also there,
Yes,
no?
sir.
As second author?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, as co-author, but then this is an entirely different paper, sir. This abstract was accepted recently, so it's an entirely different paper that I will
No,
be
your
presenting
paper was
today, sir.
accepted.
Yes, sir. But
In that,
the title of the paper given in the program is not the paper I will be presenting today. It's an entirely different paper, which has been accepted just recently. So I will be presenting that paper, sir.
okay. Please tell me the title of the paper.
Sir, it's... Hello?
Yeah, please tell me that we can hear you.
Oh, sir, it's Suicide Among Housewives, an exploratory study on domestic violence and its relation to suicide among married women in Sikkim.
Suicide among the housewife.
And rock of her primordial nature and Christian state. She's a woman. She could be any woman. And
No, no. So, good afternoon, all the paper presenters and the participants. I'm audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So, welcome to this national seminar titled Representation of Women of Northeast India in Multidisciplinary Discourse. So, we are having this seminar in blended mode. Simultaneously, both online and offline mode is going on. And I'm delighted to be a part of this national seminar. I'm honored and pleased to chair this first online session. And in this session, we have a panel of 11 paper presenters, okay, distinguished paper presenter from different institutions. So before we go Hello. Are you audible now? Please respond.
Yes, sir.
There was some technical glitches due to power failure. We had to stop it. So we regret for the inconvenience. So let us once again restart it. So if all are there, we'll just, it is, 5 minutes past 4. So we'll start the session. In this session, we have a, panel of 11 paper presenters from, different institutions. So we'll go by the rules. So before we start the session, let me, put forward the rules for this today's session. I am Dr. Madhusudan Saha, pleased to chair this online session of our national seminar titled Representation of Women of Northeast India in Multidisciplinary Discourse. So in this first online session, we have our first paper presenter. The rules are, altogether you get 10 minutes. Already this point is clear to you. You get 10 minutes for presenting your paper. Thereafter, there'll be 2 minutes for, question session. If anyone is interested to ask any question, they can ask, but the questions has to be based on that particular paper. So I request all the participants to be stick with the timing. You don't go beyond 10 minutes, please. Is it clear to all the participants?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If there is any question, that should be on that particular paper. We should not cross the, boundary. So let us be stick to that particular horizon only. So I wish good luck to all the participants and paper presenters. So let us start this session. Our first paper presenter is Ms. Plavita Gogoi and Dr. Navin Saikia from the Department of Botany, Arya Vidyapit College. Are you there? Ms. Plavita Gogoi or Dr. Navin Saikia, any one of you are there? No. In that case, we'll go to the second paper presenter, Ms. Jasmine Kharbeting. Jasmine Kharbeting, PhD scholar from the Department of History, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Title of her paper is Anti-Uranium Movement in Meghalaya with special reference to Splitting Langrin. So, Ms. Jasmine, you can present your paper.
Okay, thank you, sir. A very good evening, respected chairperson, and to everyone present in both offline and online. The title of my topic is Anti-Uranium Movement in Meghalaya with special reference to Splitting Langrin. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you're audible. You can go ahead.
Okay. To begin with, we all seems to have known on how the role of women in restoration and conservation of forests can be well observed through their role in various ecological movements like the India's Chipko movement and the Kenya's Belt movement, etc. All these movements, they highlighted the role of women's voices and perspectives in sustainable development, and Meghalaya is in no way behind in. Known for its matrilineal culture, the women enjoy the special position of unusual dignity and importance, which prompted them to act as a custodian of ancestral property. Therefore, having primary rights over their land made them more inclined towards the environment. This practice, where the women folk became the custodians of property rights of their land, had strong parallels with the theory of ecofeminism. Many voices across the globe were raised to protect the environment. Henceforth, one such voice was the voice of a nonagenarian of domicile, Spiliti Lingdo Langrin. She was the first woman from her area, that is domicile, to raise her voice against uranium mining operations in Meghalaya. Money cannot buy me freedom. Against this backdrop, the study seeks to analyze the leadership of women in protecting the uranium mining, revolving around the loss of livelihood and displacement, which lead to some unknown illness that cause dogs and cows to be mad and few people in the village to become sick and die. Ecofeminism, which was introduced in the early 1970s, play a major role in the emergence of environmental movements that led by women. Ecofeminism recognized the notion that historically women are more inclined towards environmental issues than men. Ecofeminists, they argue that the biological features of women help them to unlock the secrets of nature. It is in this sense that scholars introduce the notion that women are more closer to nature than men. There's also an emphasis on the importance of having diverse leadership at the forefront of the movement. In particular, the people who are most affected by environmental destruction, women, particularly indigenous rural women, are the ones who are best equipped to address it and identify the right solutions. The discourse on feminism in India has always revolved around prominent activists like we have Vandana Shiva, Medha Patkar, Arundhati Roy, Sagatha Kumari, etc., who are engaged in furthering the ecofeminism movement. Though their works were important, however, they failed to acknowledge the perspectives of tribal ethnic identity, even if poor and uneducated. Rural and indigenous women have always had a deep connection to the conservation and protection of the environment. However, most of the prominent activists have failed to acknowledge what they have been doing even without the aid of a theory or a movement per se. So therefore, the rural and indigenous tribal women of Meghalaya has always been involved in environmental conservation practices, despite the constant negligence their work faced from media, academic, and the public. Therefore, the intention here is not to divide the movement into urban and rural ecofeminism, but to acknowledge the fact that the social marginalization that the latter experienced led to a different experience. One such ecofeminism, a feminist voice whose stories need to be acknowledged, was Spitilin Lingdor Langrin, an indigenous tribal woman of Meghalaya. Soon after independence, we see that with the formation of the Atomic Energy Commission in 1948, India made a humble beginning in its inspiring atomic energy program. Consequent to this development, it was felt that the country must have indigenous resources of its own of basic raw materials like uranium, thorium, etc. A group called Atomic Minerals Directorate for Exploration and Research, hereafter will be known as AMD, was performed by the government to locate good uranium deposits in the country. So therefore, in 1976, the AMD set up the Northeastern Circle office in Shillong, and since then, Meghalaya has been the center of Indian quest for uranium. So the pioneering work of this group of geologists brought to light many uranium occurrences in Meghalaya, and soon it became evident that Meghalaya hold the potential for commercial uranium mining operations. So the website also recorded that around 9,500 tons of uranium ore are estimated to exist in the domicile area, which is in Meghalaya. Spitilin Lingdor, so how does Spitilin Lingdor comes into the picture? Spiliti Lingdor Rangrin, though a 95, was a matriarch of domicile Southwest Khasi Hills. Born in Wakaji, a village which falls under Hima Langrin, she was the only girl child of her family members and had 4 brothers. Her father was a well-to-do man who started the first mission school and became the first teacher in Wakaji, where he also worked as a Bibleman. They live a good life as compared to with other people of Wakaji. They even had servants of doing the household work. Since her father was a teacher, Spiliti was fond of reading and writing. She loves to hear the story of Florence Nightingale, and being moved by the story since she was a child, she used to help those who are sick, be it humans or animals, even though she was never worked as a cowherd. However, she could not continue further schooling since her village was not yet introduced an upper primary school. Therefore, she had to drop out. In the year 1947, after India got its independence, she talks to her parent that she wanted to continue her further schooling in Shillong. However, because of the distance from Wakaji to Shillong, and also because she was the only girl child from the family, her parents didn't allow her. Though she didn't get a chance to study further, she started to work as a traditional medical practitioner where she sold her medicines in the weekly markets. At the age of 18, she got married to a man named Udren Tongni from Plangdiloin and had 4 children with him. However, he left her and along with his children. So Spetalin had to look after her children all by herself. Since, like I've told, that her father was a well-off-to-do man, he had brought many lands under him where his earning is equal to that of the chief of Langren, Hima Langren. He brought one village by the name of Domicide, where he was the first settlers and also the first Sardar of the village from the year 1955 to 1960. All his children, along with Splitilin and her children, came to stay in Domicide in the year 1955. Domicide, I will tell about the story of the village Domicide. Domicide is a village which sits on top of India, one of biggest uranium deposit. As mentioned above, Spiliti is the only girl child. She holds all real estates and properties as well as family jewels where her parents died. She always adorned the nature of the environment where she describes the view of the valley from the top of the mountain was breathtaking. The heavenly sunrise warmed the early morning. I surveyed the sweeping forest from my place on the hilltop where one could hear the chorus of pleasant sounding birds. The lush greenery, the landscape, the warmth of the sunlight, everything seems so coherent. The trees seems like silhouettes in the glorious expanse. My feet brushed past the fluffy grass as soft as marshmallows. The stunning waterfall cascaded down the jagged mountain rocks. The sight, the sounds, the smells, and the tastes were out of the world. The sky was
Miss
punched
Jasmine, just
like
to interrupt you, Miss Jasmine,
Yes?
you got 1 more minute to speak.
Yes,
Please
sir.
wind
Yes,
up
sir.
your.
Yes, it's almost over, sir. And through her statement, it is visible that she truly adorns the environment. However, things started to change when the AMD identifies and evaluate uranium resources in the country, where initially she do allow the AMD to perform searching for uranium deposits. However, seeing the ill effects of uranium into her particular area where all the cows and even animals, human beings, they do suffer from the effects of uranium. So it eventually led her to protest against this uranium mining. And through her support and through her difficulties faced by the domicile village, she, along with some other members, like some other females, some other women activists from her area, they started to begin this anti-uranium movement. So therefore, Langren's name has become synonymous with the anti-uranium mining movement. Her face is often plastered over banners during anti-uranium protests in the state. While the movement has a wide coalition of people, she was the undisputed face. It is also because of who she was, an old lady, a grandmother, a mother who dared to refuse such an offer. Thus, according to the environmental economist, Dr. Bremley W.B. Lingdor, Langren inspired an entire generation, and without her pushing, there would be full-scale mining right now. Thus, from a young activist, Greta Thunberg, to a nonagenarian, Spiliti Lingdor Langren, ecofeminism is said to be more and more present in the society. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, hello, I'm audible
Yes,
to
sir.
you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now I'll give 2 minutes to the participants. Anyone, if anyone has any questions about her paper, about her, area of work, you can ask. You're free to ask questions to Jasmine. And I'm sure Jasmine will clarify all those doubts.
Yes, sir.
Please feel free. The other participants can ask. Other paper presenters, anyone there? Anyone from this house? So if there is no question, so we thank Ms. Jasmine once again for your wonderful work about this, ecofeminism and protection of environment in that uranium mining. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, sir.
One announcement, like tomorrow again, there is a online session at, it will end at 4:50 p.m. So thereafter, we'll circulate a feedback form. So all the participants, it is mandatory for you to, submit that feedback form. Google form will circulate it. We'll circulate the link in this session only at 4:50 p.m. tomorrow. Because as you know, this seminar is, 2 days seminar, and simultaneously both offline and online mode is going on. So we call it in blended mode. So please do submit, or please do take part in that, feedback, submission of that feedback form. Thank you. So our next paper presenter is Dr. Richa Prakash. Are you there? If Dr. Richa Prakash is not there, we'll go to next paper presenter, that is Mahusenla. Mahusenla, are you there?
Yes, sir.
From the Department of Law, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Your paper titled Drug Abuse Among Women in Northeast India with special reference to the state of Nagaland. So please present your paper.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Respected chairperson and everyone present, a very good evening to all. Yes. Am I visible in the video? Oh. Okay, sir?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, you're visible. You're visible.
Okay. My name is Mahusenla, research scholar from Department of Law, New Shillong, and today I'm going to talk about drug abuse among women in Northeast India and its special reference to the state of Nagaland. So to begin with, in the past, drug abuse in both men and women, they were addressed from a male perspective. And here the underlying problem is that institutions for rehabilitation and programs to prevent drug abuse, they were addressed with a focus only on male needs. So with this background and problem, I will begin by outlining the impact of drug use on women and also highlight issues pertinent to drug abuse. And then I will look at another aspects of women, that is women empowerment, as to how the role of women is helping the society in eradicating the problem of drug abuse. Now, the focus is on the problem of women who take drugs, like women who use drugs. And these women who use drugs, they experience stigma and discrimination that most male users, they never have to experience this kind of stigma and discrimination. And it's the society that always expects women to play the role of these conventional, traditional roles of being a mother, a wife, and to take care of the family. So when these women, they started using drugs, they face double discrimination, and their actions are seen by society as totally unacceptable and against the social norms. Now, turning to the problem of drug abuse, we all know that this drug abuse is not a new phenomenon, and no country, India is also not immune from the grave issues caused by drug abuse. So the Indian Parliament, the Indian government, they felt the need to respond to the epidemic of abuse of drugs. The Indian Parliament, they enacted the Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substances Act of 1985. And this act is meant to prevent drug abuse and drug trafficking in the country. Now, for the sake of clarity, let me explain in short about the concepts of drugs and drug abuse. Now, firstly, it is a chemical substance used for treatment of disease. Now, drugs are classified into listed drugs and illicit drugs. And these listed drugs, they are legally allowed for consumption. So an example of listed drugs can be alcohol, and illicit drugs, they are forbidden drugs like marijuana, opium. This all falls under illicit drugs. And the use of alcohols by adults is generally non-medical, but it is legal, whereas the use of marijuana is both non-medical and illegal. So it is very important for us to remember that non-medical and this illegal use is not to be equated. It's not to be equated on one term. Now, coming to the meaning of drug abuse in simple terms, in simple meaning, I would explain that drug abuse, it is the excessive use of drugs for non-medical purpose. That is the simple meaning of drug abuse. Now, forwarding to the drug meanings in Northeast, the drug problem in Northeast. See, when addressing the problem of drug abuse, there comes drug trafficking. And here it is worthwhile to mention about the geographic location of the Northeast. That is the Golden Triangle. And this Golden Triangle, it is a drug producing area which comprises of Myanmar, Thailand, and Laos. And this is the main supply. And because of this close proximity of the northeastern region to the Golden Triangle, the Northeast is severely affected by drug abuse. And so this is one of the reasons why the drugs is easily available in the Northeast. And now focusing on a study in 2015, a study was conducted in Northeast. And this is the first study of women who used drugs recruited from all 8 states of Northeast. And this study, it found that injecting drugs is more widespread in the high HIV incidence states of Manipur, Meghalaya, and Nagaland. And this study also found that selling drugs or sex was the main source of income for women who use drugs. And this study also highlighted issues of women who face difficulties in seeking treatment due to factors such as inefficient treatment, expensive treatment, and geographical distance. Also, other problems were discussed in this study, such as health consequences, HIV transmission, mental health problems, reproductive health issues, inadequate redressal, lack of research, and then its gender-blind policies. Now, turning to the situation of drug abuse in Nagaland. Here in this state, the state of Nagaland, the problem is that there is no official documentation of data of women drug users, and hence the magnitude of the problem is generally underestimated. Now, the problem of drug abuse in Nagaland was prevalent among young people, particularly in the late 1980s. So initially, the society was unsure how to react to the drug abuse, drug addicts, and the drug users. They were stigmatized, penalized, and labeled as outcasts. And recently, according to a newspaper report, there is approximately 30 to 40 female injecting drug users in Kohima alone. Now, I would like to highlight some of the current issues in the state of Nagaland. Firstly, there is a substantial gap in the provision of services for people with drug use disorders, and the state needs more rehabilitation and de-addiction centers. Secondly, I would like to highlight is that there are no government-owned rehab centers in the state, and there is no treatment rehabilitation center for women users. Here in this state, in the state of Nagaland, women are referred to facilities outside the state but only those who can afford it can access these services. And thirdly, many drug users do not seek treatment due to stigma and double discrimination. And because of this, drug users is often described as a hidden and unreached population. Now, with that problem of drug abuse, I would like to look at another aspect of women. Women who plays a significant role in eradicating the drug abuse problem. So now, one outstanding example which I would like to give is the Naga Mater Association. This Naga Mater Association, it was established in 1984 in Nagaland to address the issues of drugs and alcohol. This Naga Mater Association, they recognized the need of rehabilitating drug addicts, and so they established a rehabilitation center, which became one of the first rehabilitation center in the Northeast. Another example which I would like to give you is that Mira Bhabi, a women's social movement established in 1977 in Manipur. And they are known as guardians of civil society. So these women, they frequently gather at night carrying flaming torches, and they have apprehended alcohol and drug sellers. They confiscated their products and publicly
Just to
burned them.
interrupt you, can you hear me?
Yes,
so
sir.
You got 1 more minute to speak.
Okay, sir.
Please, yes, conclude your speech after 1 minute.
Okay, sir. And they confiscated their products and publicly burned them in front of the media and the public. So these groups, that is the Naga Mater Association, this Mira Babi, these groups emerged as one of the most influential groups in the society. They promoting peace, harmony, and providing anti-addiction measures. Now, to sum up, the problem of drug abuse can be tackled by developing a range of services like providing information and education about drug use consequences, health consequences, mental consequences, and there should be gender-sensitive training for counselors, and treatment and prevention approaches, including empowerment, support, and destigmatization needs to be considered. And most importantly, to formulate policies concerning provisions that are gender-centric. That means that are women-centric. With this, I end my presentation, sir. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ms. Marcinla.
Thank you, sir.
Your work on drug abuse among the women of Northeast have touched all over Northeast, like states like Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, etc. And you have also, given a sketch of the, role of the Naga Mothers, Association in controlling this drug abuse.
Yes,
so
sir.
your area of work, highlighted many aspects of this Northeast region and the role of the women in this region. So another 2 minutes, question and answer session. If there is any question from anyone of the paper presenters or participants about her work, you're feel free to ask any question. So from this side, we have a question from Dr. Paul.
Hello, Bonsenla. Can you
Yes,
hear me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You are from which part of Nagaland?
I'm from Dimapur.
Dimapur. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, the thing is that your presentation was very laudable. It is very nice. The thing is that it would have been improved by providing us with some data. Data on the aspects like how many of the drug abusers are there in Nagaland in different age groups. That would have, enhanced the presentation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, I would like to know, I would like to know from your end that is there any correlation between drug abusers and the economy of the people who are using the drugs? The financial condition of the families who are using the drugs, or the persons who are using the drugs. Is there a correlation? Have you worked on that correlation? Like, do you have any report on does economy play a role in the drug abuse of the individuals who are taking these drugs?
Hello, sir. Yes, thank you so much for the question. And to your question, I believe like economic, it plays a certain role for the problem of drug abuse and for the youngsters especially. Hello, sir.
We can hear you.
Yes, sir. And about the data, due to time constraint, I was not able to go and take the data of drug addicts or especially the women drug users. So because of that, but I would definitely look at that aspects of providing data on this particular study.
Okay, thank you so much, Masinla.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, our next presenter is Tirtha Sarathi Mahapatra. Are you there? Tirtha Sarathi Mahapatra, you're not there. So we'll go to next participant. That is Rubina Thapa. You're presenting in place of Lanjumang Baite.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please present your paper. Miss Rubina Thapa, you introduce yourself first.
Yes, sir.
And
Sir, is it possible to share the screen?
Yes, sure. You can present your screen.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce
Sir.
yourself, your institution.
Sir, my name is Rubina Thapa. I'm a research scholar at the Department of Sociology, Northeastern Hill University. I just wanted to clarify that initially we had submitted an abstract which was accepted with a different paper title, but then the person presenting could not be here. So I was asked to submit a different paper, an abstract of different paper, which got selected again. So this is what I will be presenting today.
Please keep the title. Our reporters will note down the title. It is there.
Sir, is my screen being shared?
Yes. It is there.
Okay.
Please don't change it.
Yes,
Pause
sir.
Pause it for a second. They'll note it down.
Yes, sir. So the topic is suicide among housewives, an exploratory study on domestic violence and its relation to suicide among married women. Oh, I'm not visible, no? Fine.
Yes, you're visible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, audible also.
Okay, sir.
Just a minute. They're noting it down.
No problem, sir.
So your time starts now. Please present your paper.
I will just be highlighting the main points of the paper that I am working on currently. So this paper is theoretical. It's largely theoretical, drawing from the perspective of conflict to explore the possibility that domestic violence could be the cause of suicide among housewives in Sikkim. And the reason why I have italicized could be is because it is still a hypothetical statement, which is still not proven. And I'm strictly talking about heterosexual married husband and wife and no other intimate partners. It is my attempt, and it is a large argument, to correlate the two major issues of domestic violence and suicide in order to produce a theory that will help in understanding how domestic violence could be a cause leading to suicide. And the reason why I chose this is because nationally, among female victims of suicide, housewives are the highest contributors to the suicide rate in India, with an average of about at least 50% every year. And domestic violence, as we know, is a very critical issue faced by the women of our society today. And for this paper, like I have already mentioned, it's theoretical and no empirical work has been done, but I have fully depended myself with the National Crime Records Bureau reports on accidental deaths and suicide in India, starting from 2012 to 2021, because understanding suicide in its collective form requires statistical data from the start, as said by Durkheim, who is, for obvious reason, the pioneer of studying suicide as a social fact. Now, this paper also largely argues that the victim rationalization, which is reasoning behind the abuse by the victim themselves, the normalization and high tolerance on domestic violence, and the failure of the abuse to identify abuses as violence is the result of the social setting of patriarchy. This is my largest argument here, and this is a general conclusion that I am drawing from these analysis. And now connecting it to suicide, I am drawing largely from the theory of Jason P. Manning, who studies on suicide, who focuses on the importance of relational ties to people, the degree of the intimacy of these social space and social time, which reflects on the actions of individuals at the time of conflict. So he is a pure sociologist, basically focusing on social behaviors and how certain acts like conflict will affect differently to different people. And conflict theories have shown that inequality leads to conflict, and in a patriarchal system, there is clearly an inequality between men and women. And these are the facts that I'm drawing my conclusions from. Therefore, domestic violence is a form of conflict caused by this inequality patriarchy has molded, and the communities in Sikkim which are patriarchal in nature, domestic violence is also a rising fact in Sikkim. Now, before we move on to the furthering and elaborating my paper, I will draw the general, this is not particularly focusing on housewives, but the general data on suicide in Sikkim. Sikkim has consistently been placed within the top 3 states to have the highest rate of suicide in the country, according to the National Crime Bureau NCRB reports on accidental deaths and suicide in India. And I have analyzed, as said earlier, from the 2010 to 2021, the reports from 2010 to 21. Family problem and illness, especially mental illness, are the major causes for suicide, according to the category of specific causes of the NCRB reports. Psychiatric study of Sikkim showed that psychiatric disorder were noticeable in 68.35% of male and 71.23% females, the most prevalent psychiatric disorder being depression, followed by schizophrenia. Then suicide among married individuals are comparatively higher than unmarried individuals in Sikkim, which is in contradiction to Durkheim's view that married people have an immunity from suicide. Now, in relation to gender distribution, male suicides are significantly higher, but some studies also show that there is an equal distribution of 50% each. Now, continuing my highlight of the paper, from drawing from the review of literature on domestic violence in Sikkim, it has shown that women rationalize their abuse with it is the right of the husband to correct the wife if she is at fault, or if reported, her husband's reputation in the society will be tarnished. Now, I think it is also important to draw culturally the cultural annotation that Asian countries are mostly inclined to have honor culture. They are very inclined to respect honor and to have and save their reputation in some way or the other. So largely seen in patriarchal societies, the daughter-in-law or the wife of the family she is introduced to or she's married to has been given the expected role of holding the reputation of the whole family. So from that also, she is more hesitant to report domestic violence, being a victim of domestic violence. As a result, women in Sikkim would rather increase their tolerance towards the abuses instead of reporting the abuse. Hence, most cases of domestic violence in Sikkim are not reported or registered, and the perpetrators are not caught. Therefore, normalization of such issue is deeply rooted, which is practiced and repracticed not only by men but by women themselves. Now, in the paper, I have elaborated on this aspect of how there are certain cultural norms where we have conditioned since we were a kid of how a woman should be, especially after she's married. But since we don't have time, I did not elaborate here. Now, connecting it to suicide, Manning's theory states that deprivation of relational ties at a given social time and social space can lead to an individual to become socially isolated and hence in a certain way to conflict and react to conflict, and in this context by committing suicide. Now, in relating it, if it is theoretical, but relating it to practical, let's say that a woman in a patriarchal society is required to move to her husband's or in-laws' place, meaning it has a patrilocal setting. Here she is deprived of her relational ties, meaning her close kins. And in this situation, if the husband becomes abusive, the wife will feel socially isolated and might resort to committing suicide if she is abused by her husband. Just going to the next slide. As an example, suicide among Agurina Jivaro women is partly due to the fact that they often find their relatives reluctant to defend them from abusive husbands, drawing back to my previous statement that the reputation and everything is held by the women once she is married to the house. So and also the aspect of the whole aspect of domestic violence being a private matter. This also plays a major role in a domestic violence not being reported and not being acknowledged as domestic violence or recognized as domestic violence. So speaking in Durkheimian terms, individuals who are less integrated in the society, he says, finds dependence only to himself. But then Manning also says that individuals vary in their sensitivity to sociological variables and culture, meaning that not everyone will react in the same way when they face conflict. Therefore, we can draw a general conclusion that women deprived from their relational ties are more likely to commit suicide when they face conflict. Now, one of the case studies that has been mentioned in a review of literature on domestic violence says that a 42-year-old housewife whose inability to conceive a child after a sterilization operation post 3 children from her first husband led to her being beaten up every day by her husband, her second husband. This eventually led her attempting to commit suicide by hanging from the roof of her house, but the neighbors rescued her and they was not reported or in the fear of the police. Now, fear of the police is also a different argument which will become a different paper. And concluding, now globally suicides account for a greater percentage of women's violent deaths than men. And I am only trying to attempt to explain that domestic violence as a societal aspect, a social phenomena can also affect suicide among women. We should be able to formulate a culturally appropriate approach where this situation is understood and analyzed according to the culture and societal setting of a community. General public health systems cannot be applied across the globe, and so it cannot be applicable to all societies. Approaches should be made to help women to understand and recognize violence when it is being subjected to them without making them feel guilty of scarring their husband's reputation. So as long as this idea of patriarchal norm of to be, being guilty of reporting domestic violence and everything is curtailed, I think we should also focus on building up a women's studies where we will definitely focus on just women and suicide as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rubina. I'm audible to you?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have done extensive work on the, cause of suicide due to domestic violence.
Yes, sir.
And which touches the, social aspects of conflict as well as, you have mentioned about the nature of women, for their rationalizing things. So anyway, your work is full of data, full of, research you have done. So if there is any question from any of the participants, we have 2 minutes. So I'm sure she will, clear the doubts any participants have. Anyone from this side? So you have a question from Dr. Vishwajit Paul.
Yeah, Rubina, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as a very interesting work that you have been working on.
Thank you, sir.
That is dealing with suicides. It's a very, very touchy topic actually.
Yes,
The
sir.
thing is that again, you see these things when you put in sort of a, I'll not use the term allegation, but when you say that it is because of domestic violence the suicides are being caused, is it so that it is the domestic violence only that is causing the suicides in the Sikkimese society, or is it something else also? And if it is something else, then what ratio of suicides you can relate to the domestic violence?
So may I answer now? Sir, I'm only focusing on a certain aspect of suicide among Sikkim, only focusing on women and suicide in Sikkim. Most of the reports say that it's the male who commits suicide. So this is not a larger factor. It's just a very small aspect that I'm looking at. And as I mentioned in the paper, it is more of a hypothetical question. It has not been applied empirically. So I cannot confidently say that all the suicide of housewives in Sikkim is caused by domestic violence. I'm only trying to speculate that it could be one of the reasons of the suicide of housewives, because there is a large contribution of housewives, suicide of housewives, when it comes to female victims of suicide. That is why, sir.
Anyway, thank you so much, Ms. Rubina Thapa.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll go to next participant. Next paper presenter is Krishna Kumar Khaun. Are you there? Krishna Kumar Khaun. It seems Krishna Kumar Khaun is not there. So we'll go to Dr. C. Lanhui, Assistant Professor from the Department of English, IQAC University, Mizoram. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, yes. So your paper titled "The Segregation of the Second Sex: Exploring the Silent Features, the Silent Voices of Daughters-in-law within Mizo Social Construct."
Yes.
So please present your paper.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, respected chairperson and all present, good evening to you all. And since we are allotted a 10-minute time period,
yes,
I will attempt to complete my presentation in the given minute. So without much further ado, the title of my paper, as have been explained, I have shared my slide here. Is this visible?
No, your slides are not visible.
All right. Okay. I hope it's visible now.
Yes, yes. It's visible now.
Okay. So the title of my paper is Segregation of the Second Sex, Exploring the Silent Voices of Daughters-in-law within Mizo Social Construct. So the overview of the whole presentation is, well, it is a study about the Mizo society, and we know that the Mizo society is a patriarchal society, and family ties and social performances have always been connected to, you know, Mizo women's sense of well-being and quality of life. And family dynamics can be multifaceted, and in its most micro dimension, the place of married women in society remains ambivalent. So within such a social construct lies a section of women whose identity, individuality, and independence have never been addressed, questioned, or acknowledged. So, what I would like to add is that, this whole study is approached from a qualitative aspect, and empirical data are yet to be explored for further research. And what we have heard from the previous presentation, it has a close affinity to the previous paper presentation, but then this study questions the why of why daughters-in-laws, you know, like daughters-in-laws are, you know, silent. So the current study will explore the role, the treatment and perceptions pertaining to daughters-in-law within Mizo's social construct through literary works and folk orators. And the aim is to explore the struggle of a daughter-in-law to find her identity and individuality within the family hierarchy, To understand the status of this gender in question, the private domain in its domesticity is a field that requires attention. And furthermore, the study attempts to focus on the intersection of familial relationships, particularly on the condition of married women in their created space and the space created for them by marriage contracts. And well, humanity that holds the Mizo society together in the past is a male, and the man defines woman not in herself, but as a relative to him. Woman was not regarded as an autonomous being. So this was, quoted by Simone de Beauvoir, who has written the seminal work, The Second Sex. And she said that, well, they lack concrete means for organizing into a unit. And as such, there was an equal sharing of their world, which further show a glimpse of a rather silhouetted equality of men and women. And coming to the pre-colonial times of, the Mizo society, well, there are certain proverbs, sayings, anecdotes regarding the position of women in the traditional society. And it goes like this: wisdom of a woman does not reach beyond the village water point. Women have no religion. Worn out fencing and a woman can be replaced. These are just, 3 examples taken from the endless proverbs and anecdotes that existed. And Professor Tuang Lian Kyangte, who is a Mizo historian and who is currently working as a professor in the Mizo department in Mizoram University, he argued that the above proverbs, as some people interpret these sayings, are, derogatory for women, which suggests that the traditional Mizo men treated women almost as slaves. And he said that it is nothing but a misconception and misinterpretation of Mizo proverbs. He said that there exists a good division of labor and women's and men's roles were clearly demarcated. But when we look into the colonial records and some writings by various Mizo historians, what we see is that the position of women in earlier Mizo society was not as equal. They were not equal to men. And as described in Lushai Chrysalis, this was written by A.G. McCall, and he said that there is little in the Lushai background to disclose the sense of any great chivalry towards women. Without any ambiguity, Lushai has been and still is a country for men before it is one for women or even children. But where better place, Lushai spared the women the bondage common to the majority. The women retained chorus and grace well into the late years, but the attitude of old Lushai is betrayed by an old saying, on par with our own sentiment of old: a woman, a dog, and a walnut tree, the more you beat them, the better they be. And as written in Tokle, Mizo Robo, Mizo women, they are sold like cattle, and as the buyer examines the cattle and tests their strength and endurance, the same applies in the case of women. So the highest bidder is favored by her relatives, and women are sold like commodities which can be bargained. And when they are bought, Mizo women are further followed with the saying, worn out fences, and women can be replaced. They are beaten, driven out of their homes. So as mentioned above, the Mizo society can be said to follow a practice of ambivalent sexism, as women are most often the bearer of burdens in keeping the internal familial structures intact, which is further considered as the societal given norm. And the study further explores the various experiences of women who are newlyweds from word of mouth and narrative. So I have mentioned ambivalent sexism, so it appears to be the practice followed in a patriarchal Mizo society. And this seems to be the results, which results in daughters-in-law being silent. So the study further explores, these experiences of daughters-in-law from word of mouth and narratives. And what can be extracted thus is that women often, they feel a sense of dislocation and are defamiliarized on being welcomed into a new family. So this sudden shift brings about a change of perception where she is often required to perform and demonstrate herself. And the household hierarchy, she is now placed into defamiliarized her existence, which most often than not leave her with a stressed mental condition. So arrive an objective generalization of the status of daughters-in-law in Mizoram as wholly deplorable and inferior would be an overstatement, as levels of economic and subsistence tasks are never the same. But however, women who are contracted into a marriage institution unquestionably are reinforced into a social stigmatization, whether they are financially independent or not, or for those who are not required to settle with the in-laws. So the gender in question is indispensable to others. She is required to extend her support to other family members, and the time allocated for personal development is hard to meet. So the pattern often continues. So the division of household and outstretched roles between gender and age is often the result of their differentiated customs and gender norms. Differences in labor participation based on gender in domestic and market activity can also be one of the attributing factors as such, and a Mizo daughter-in-law in any given family works systematically harder compared to the rest of the members, and the roles that are expected of her to perform, levels up as well. So in a Mizo society, especially in rural areas, a joint family system is mostly followed. And even if one is not obligated to live in this system, familial ties are strong, and relational hierarchy plays a major factor in role determination. And since the daughter-in-law's position is an outsider, her peripheral position often begs the extra roles to be played out by her as in comparison to the family members she is married into. So to conclude this paper, the findings of this work, what we see is that seeing from the above observations and merging the various views at hand, the socio-cultural arrangements of the Mizos from the past to present time regarding the practices followed showed an inclination to a practice of ambivalent sexism. And according to Glick and Fiske, sexism is a multidimensional construct that encompasses two sets of sexist attitudes, hostile and benevolent. While hostile sexism communicates a clear antipathy toward women, benevolent sexism takes the form of seemingly positive, but in fact patronizing beliefs about women. So benevolent sexism as a set of attitudes is sexist in viewing women stereotypically and restricting her roles, but that are subjectively positive in feeling tone and tend to elicit behavior, typically categorized as pro-social. For example, helping or intimacy seeking, like self-disclosure, and its underpinnings lie in traditional stereotyping.
Please conclude, ma'am.
Yes, I am almost done. This is, I think, the last slide. And the man as the provider and women as his dependent, all these consequences are often damaging. And as stated by Tuang Lian Kyang there, from the above observations, the positions of the Mizo women to its extreme are not all lower in status to a certain viewpoint, as they too enjoyed various rights constituted to them by its practicing patriarchal orders. However, majority of records written by numerous historians and from various colonial accounts, women appear to occupy a position of a secondary sex. And for women to achieve the kind of independence that men enjoy, Shannon stated that with regards to Beauvoir's otherness concept, women will benefit from non-alienating, non-exploitative productive labor to some degree, and demands that women to be treated as equal to men and laws, customs and education must be altered to encourage existence. And in its female to male as nature is to culture, which was written by Sherry Ordner, women are being identified or symbolically associated with nature, and as opposed to men who are identified with culture, since it is always culture's project to subsume and transcend nature. If women were considered part of nature, then culture would find it natural to subordinate, not to say oppress them. So the relationship between daughters-in-law and their acquired family is deeply rooted in social structures and the prerequisites a woman's role carries in the Mizo community. So this often creates tension and would result in conflict owing to differences in values and acumen. There is always an ambivalence felt by daughters-in-law as they are always on the lookout for their identity and individuality. So by analyzing various works of literature, folk, as well as modern day narratives, women, specifically daughters-in-law, would benefit themselves and mark their space by, educating themselves to be financially independent. So to conclude thus, the nature of women to be seen as aligned to men's culture, they must be equally involved in projects of creativity and transcendence. That is the end of my paper. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Silan Ulai. So your work, on the segregation of the second sex, exploring the silent voices of the daughters-in-law in Mizo-patriarchal society, where you have highlighted, the identity of the daughters-in-law, their position in social, economical, political, and religious participation, as well as you have compared with that, old Lushai, society that, about the newlyweds also, and the plight of the daughter-in-law, which reinforces in social stigmatization. So your work is extensive, and it is, of course, it is full of data as well. So I'm sure, many will have some doubts. So if there is anyone having any doubts about her work, you can please, ask for clarification. So from the participant side, on those who are joining online, is there any question? So if there is no question, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Professor.
sir. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to next paper presenter, Manbalang Maria Simle. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. So our next paper presenter is Manbalang Maria Simle, research scholar from the Department of Philosophy, Nehu, Shillong. So the title of his paper is An Indigenous Developmental Debate, Matrilineal and Patrilineal in Khasi Society. Please present
Yes,
your
sir.
paper. Please present your paper.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. I am Manbalang Marius Simle, and the title of the paper which I am going to present is An Indigenous Developmental Debate, Matrilineal and Patrilineal in Khasi Society. I would rather sum the whole paper, and the full text is available if needed. So let me start by giving the introduction. The Khasi society has a distinctive social structure that is anchored in the belief, which is in a shared divine origin. The belief is based on the notion of a common mother and transcendent creator, Ublay, which is God the creator, who provides the ultimate justification for the clan's triadic composition. The clan comprises of Kayaubay, which is the ancestral mother, Uthaulang, which is the ancestral father, and Usudnya, which is the eldest son of Kayaubay, who serves as the ancestral maternal uncle and intercedes on behalf of the clan before God Ublay. This conceptualization of the divine creates a normative economy that establishes the sphere of symbolic exchange within the community. The normative approach, the normative economy, is further evident in various aspects of the Khasi culture, including its symbolic erection of monoliths and dances such as Kashat Nongkram or the Nongkram dance and Kashat Be'dingklam, also called Be'dingklam dance, which celebrate the Khasi matrilineal system. While males play an important role in holding the rule of law, the interior of social matrix is based on the matrilineal clan relationships. However, there are those who advocates into a shift towards patrilineal. The well-known organization called the Singkong Rimpai Thamai, which aims to shift this system into a patrilineal system. So therefore, in the context of Meghalaya, the Singkong Rimpai Thamai is argued based on the four arguments which. And in relation to this, I will also put forth the rejection of the four objectives of the Singkong Rimpai Thamai. The first one is with regard to equality of status, where the Singkong Rimpai Thamai says that men in matrilineal are second-class citizens. That is the equality of status which the Singkong Rimpai Thamai argues. And the second one is with regard. Here, the Singkong Rimpai Thamai argues by saying that men are not having enough and equal rights in matters of in matters of in the society of the Kasi society. Even if men occupy political power, they remain subordinate to familial control as determined by women. The third one is with regard to the inheritance of property. The Singkhong Rampai Thamai again is of the opinion saying that the inheritance of property in the Kasi society is deprivation of with regard to men. And the fourth one is with regard to the deprivation of choosing the lineage. Here, the Singkhong Rampai Thamai says that men are deprived of choosing the lineage as they have to choose the title from the mother's line. So based on these four arguments put forth by the Singkhong Rampai Thamai, I am here to reject all these four accordingly. The first one with regard to equality of status, I am rightly saying that men in matrilineal enjoy a greater freedom than men in patrilineal. Men in matrilineal are custodians and responsible for maintenance of rules, customs, and material property, not just by acting as a possessor, but by following the given rules, norms, and values. This creates the condition of greater harmony in contrast to that of a patrilineal society. A patrilineal society makes women more accountable in an asymmetric way so that any so to say the beauty of matrilineal society, which regards that men are not at all the receiving end, but are what we call in ethics as an end in itself. So this is with regard to the first argument, which I want to reject, that of the Singkhong Rampai Thamai. The second one is with regard to equality of status. Here I am to reject by saying that men enjoys the same rights as women by virtue of the fact that these rights are not constrained by superiority of women. I say this because patriarchal society maintains where rights are curtailed by superiority. The third argument which I want to reject here is with regard to inheritance of property. Here, inheritance is not the only thing, but co-sharing of inheritance with the sister, which is the Kaddo, the youngest sister of the family, which places a larger responsibility on man. Being motivated by patriarchy, such a larger responsibility can never be appreciated by man. The fourth argument, the fourth rejection, which I would like to place here against the Singkhong Rampai Thamai objective, is with regard to the inheritance of lineage. Here, as far as lineage of men is concerned, lineage from mother's side allows the liberty of choosing the family relations in a more harmonious manner than what happens in patriarchy. In patrilineal, it is empirically seen that family relations are a burden on women, but in matrilineal, men are free of any such burden. I say this because women has to bear the burden of maintenance of family, so to say, the family relations. The freedom available to man is a gift of matrilineal, and therefore it receives a time-tested practice. So to conclude this, these arguments which I have put forth is from the point of view of man's in matrilineal, whose engagement with matrilineal puts them in the unique position of being a caretaker, also a caregiver. A possible counter argument from women within matrilineal, as man still enjoys greater freedom than women by occupying all the public spaces. So these are the 4 rejections which I have put forth with regard to the objective given or aims by the Syncongruent Baithamai. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Shimle, for your comparative study on matrilineal and patrilineal. So you have, highlighted many points, and he had a comparative study about the harmony and other issues in both systems. So if anyone has any questions, any clarification from Mr. Shimle? So it seems there is no question. Anyway, thank you once again, Mr. Shimle.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So our next paper presenter is Mr. Santosh Kumar. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Santosh Kumar, PhD scholar from the Department of History, University of Delhi. Your paper titled Eco-Feminist Discourse in Northeastern Folklore, a critical evaluation. So please present your paper.
Yes, sir. So as is visible from the title of my paper, I'll be evaluating the different kind of folklore that are prevalent in different parts of Northeast, and we'll try to assess them from the perspective of ecofeminism. That is to say, how do we assess the relation between nature and humans, and how these tropes of folklore are subverted or negotiated or understood or analyzed in these folklores, and how women are given a center stage. Women are presented through these folklores. So in order to understand the relation between nature and women, we have chosen this folklore because folklore for a very long time were rejected as a source of historical studies. But over the period of few decades, we have seen the increasing number of studies that are conducted on folklore, which tries to understand how folklores can be used to understand the socio-cultural dynamics, to understand the relations between men and women, to understand the proximity of humans with the environment in which they are trying to sustain. So folklores are understood as carriers of cultures, values, traditions, and perception. And they can be used to understand the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious elements of our society. Through this particular study, what we are trying to achieve is to understand the proximity of women along with nature. And it is very important because many times in the ecofeminist discourse, what we see is that there's a lot of emphasis that is given to the procreative role and the nurturer role of women, and how the exploitation of nature is closely binded to the exploitation of women in the society. And therefore, how these two things, if not really juxtaposed, can be equated or related. So how nature and culture interact in the sphere of folklore is something that we will be trying to understand. In the understanding of my paper, I've used certain historiographical approach, particularly that of A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan has studied these women folklore, women stories, and he has basically given this argument that the folklore that are provided by women always many a times subvert the existing tropes of folklore, and they try to provide a voice, a space for women to express their voice through the subversion of existing tropes. They use the symbols, they use the tropes, they use the narrative in order to provide a new dimension of the story, a new dimension which is not available in a patriarchal society, or which are not available in the stories that are written by men. So there are at least two different perspectives that we find in this folklore. One is the creative role of women, and second is the destructive role of women. In terms of creative, how women are seen as the origin of nature, origin of the world, and thereby she is also the carer, the nurturer of the nature, and often these qualities are enhanced through the folklore. But at the same time, a patriarchal society remains quite anxious regarding the promiscuity of women, regarding the wilderness of women, the wild nature of women, which needs to be controlled. So there is always a philosophy of the difference between what a Kali and Gauri. A Kali who is the wild, unregulated, naked form, and the Gauri which has been tamed, which has been domesticated, which has been controlled. So these folklores play along these tropes, wherein sometimes we see the creative and procreative role of women as the origin of the nature. At the same time, we also see that women are many a times are seen as witches. They are seen as a destructive force. They are seen as promiscuous women, right? So both of these elements can be seen through the narrative, but there will be a difference as to how women's stories treat their women counterpart and how male stories treat them. There is no clear boundary as to which story is written by men or which story is written by women, because most of the time these folklores remain unauthored. But very close study allows us to see how there are certain stories which are more sympathetic to the cause of women as compared to others. Now, Meeta Dika, she talks about the history of Northeast area and how can we construct it through the folklore. So what the argument that she gives is that these folklores are very important to understand, because many a times these folklores are original text, original stories, but other times they are also derivative literature, because they take their tropes or stories from Panchatantra, they take it from even William Shakespeare's King Lear, right? But whenever there is a derivative literature, whenever we find a common trope, a common story which are found in different kind of tradition, they try to use these same stories in the settings, in the geographical settings, the geo-cultural settings of the Northeast, and therefore the same story become regionalized. The same stories become associated with the regional culture of the Northeast. So it becomes important to understand how these stories are worked upon by these people. So we are talking. I will be talking about 4 or 5 different stories in this context, right? So the first story that I'm talking about is Tongliang Otsu, which is a Naga folklore. This is a story which is very similar to the kind of romanticist tradition of understanding the relation between women and the nature, wherein nature is seen as a source of emancipation for women. Women who are exploited, who are oppressed in a patriarchal society or in a society, in a traditional classical society, finds escapism, finds nurturing, finds her voice through nature. So in this particular Naga story, what we find that there's a young girl who is oppressed by her elder sister, and when even her parents are not able to understand her voice, her concerns, she changes herself to a sparrow and keeps on singing her woes in the form of a song that she sings as a sparrow, right? So a girl becoming a sparrow represents the magical realism through which it has been portrayed that first thing, it has been ascertained how nature is a space which is more inclusive for women. It is very similar to the trope that is used in Ramayana, where Sita goes to beneath the land in order to secure a space for herself. This is very similar, where a girl becomes a sparrow in order to find escapism from the oppressive society, where emotions are not basically cared about. Now, at the same time, this is a story which warns people about understanding their children, about making a kind of having empathy, having sensitivity to understand the problems of others. So Kongliang Otsu is a story where nature plays a positive part in providing a space, in providing a voice for the women in order to express her opinion, which erstwhile was not to be heard, which was erstwhile not heard. The second story, the origin of tiger spirit and humankind. This particular story portrays women as a procreative force, wherein women as seen as the origin of nature, but she is also the force who chooses her a kind of successor for herself, and the succession is based upon the idea of environmental opportunism. Now, there can be three different perspectives in environmental protection. One is environmental determinism, whereas environment is seen above human beings. And there is new determinism, which tries to seek a balance between humans and nature. Economic opportunism is something that is very much visible in this particular story, wherein humans have the capability to find the opportunities in nature and able to take advantage
Please
of it.
conclude.
Okay.
Please conclude. You have 1 minute to go.
Sure. So tiger and spirits are seen as destructive forces. In Jammi Moon, women are seen as witches and therefore destructive force which needs to be controlled. So this story is very much similar to what we also find the footholds of the Himalayas. In the cricket and the cap, that migration of people has been shown through allegory of cricket and the crab. In the whole, what we can see is that these kind of stories are very pertinent to understand the kind of close proximity that exists between nature and human, and also the space of women as a nurturer and carer, and how women can provide a space for the origin and the development of the humankind, as well as the environment. So this is basically what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Santosh Kumar. Your work on Northeastern folklore, really extensive studies you made. You have highlighted on cultural values of folklore and proximity of women with nature, relation between women and environment, and the creative and destructive forces in women. You have highlighted all these aspects, and how in patriarchal society women, escape through nature, due to oppression. And lastly, you have highlighted all the folklores of different parts of Northeast, like Naga folklore, and in all the states you have touched upon. So it is a good work. So if anyone has any clarification, please feel free to clear your doubts. You can ask any questions. Anyone from the in-house participants? So I'm sure Dr. Vishwajit Paul will have a question.
Hello, Mr. Kumar, Santosh Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's very interesting work that you have been doing, and definitely when it is completed, it will have an impact on the northeastern folklore studies. Though I'm not from this field, okay, but then still I would love to from you. First of all, are you doing some work on Garo folklore? Like we are from here, from Garo Hills, we have got a huge amount of folklores which are restricted to this part of the country. So are you emphasizing that, the Garo folklore? Are you correlating how the male counterparts are deprived so far folklores are concerned? Thank you.
Sir, basically this is something the study is going on. It's just in its very beginning stage, and particularly I was focusing on the folklore that particularly deals with all the hilly tract. It not only involved Northeast but also involved regions like Himachal or Uttarakhand. So basically, this was basically just a case study type study, and I am trying to grasp as much as possible. So for this particular study, I have chosen just a dozen of stories. I read some dozen of folklores and try to analyze them. But for future, I'm trying to use a more larger gamut of folklores, and how basically in this particular paper, I have also compared the folklores of the Northeast with the other kind of regions. So it is even though the nature of this conference restricted the flow of my field, but overall my field of research is much more greater than just Northeast. It involves all the kind of hilly areas, and we'll be trying to include all the kind of folklore that are available, not in Northeast, even Garo, Khasi, Jainti, all communities. And I have a particular affinity with Garo because I lived in for 3 years in Meghalaya. So I actually was trying to understand their culture in a very major way. So hopefully in future I will be trying to understand their folklore in a much more larger way. Is there any other question that you also asked, sir?
Yeah, the second part of the question was that how do you correlate feminism with folklore and not the male counterparts?
Okay, so basically, what I'm trying to understand is that folklore is something unlike the written work, because but as Gödel has said that women did play a role in history, but in historical writing, women were absent. So folklore becomes a kind of vantage point through which women were able to exercise their voices, and particularly because women had these agencies where there was many different kind of songs that they used to sing while making wheat and flours, while basically making spices and all kind of agricultural work that they were doing. So that was a time period in the very morning time when women actually got the space to express themselves through songs, through stories, through folklore. So a lot of time what happened that these unnamed stories became a source for the initiation of women's stories. Not all women's stories are feminist stories, and not all male stories are patriarchal. We do find a kind of middle ground, and some places wherein many women's stories tries to conform to the patriarchal order, and there are stories which actually portray the role of a kind of balance that needs to be struck between men and women. So it is not really about the relation of men and women in the context of patriarchy and feminism, but feminism is something that I'm trying to understand through in the daily life, the everydayness. What is something not feminism in the terms of larger structure or in terms of movement, but rather how in the everyday life women were able to exercise their agency, women were able to exercise their voices, women were able to represent themselves different from what patriarchal or Brahmanical texts were projecting them. So this is how I'm trying to read them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Santosh Kumar. So thank you very much. Our last paper presenter for today is Miss Tonotoli Chishi. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. So you're a research scholar from the Department of Philosophy, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Your paper titled Women and COVID-19 Pandemic. Women and COVID-19 Pandemic. Please present your paper.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tonotoli Chishi. My paper is titled Women and COVID-19 Pandemic. During the pandemic, the question of political leadership, as well as the timeliness and effectiveness of governmental decision-making, have become salient issues in the public debate. Female leaders such as Angela Merkel, Tsai Ing-wen, and Jacinda Ardern are praised for their swift acknowledgement of the seriousness of the situation and their decisiveness in implementing lockdowns. This ignores the fact that women leaders might have acted as they did because of other qualities that go beyond typical gender stereotypes. My first subheading is brief case studies of New Zealand, Germany, and Taiwan during the pandemic. New Zealand's healthcare system is a universal public system. It is one of the top 20 healthcare systems in the world, on a par with the US and the UK. Jacinda Ardern built on New Zealand's existing reputation as a soft power, uncorrupted and moral in its dealings, while adding her unique influence. She has been frequently described in paradoxical terms, example, kind and strong. The Ardern government adopted the motto, "Go hard and go early," for the elimination of the virus in the country. It banned entry of foreigners from or traveling through China, the original source of the virus, weeks before its first reported home from Wuhan on 4th February, mandating 14 days of quarantine at a facility. Initial election strategy has been credited with fewer than 2,500 COVID-19 fatalities, making it a country with one of the lowest COVID-19 related death rates in the Western world. However, New Zealand's managed isolation and quarantine system faced judicial scrutiny for breaches against the right of citizens to return home. The pivotal role of Germany within the European context, together with its remarkable of the virus, have attracted the interest of many observers. Germany has the fourth largest economy in the world after the United States, China, and Japan, and spends approximately 11% of its GDP on healthcare. In comparison, India spends 2.1%. As a result, the capacity of Germany's healthcare. As of 2017, it also ranked among the top 5 countries, nurses, 1,000 people. The country living environment
It seems there are some, technical error is there. Miss Tontoli, there is some network issue in your area. Am I audible to other participants?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Probably she got the link. Yeah, you're back. Yes, please continue.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Please continue.
Sir, I'm so sorry for my network.
Yeah, we understand.
So the Taiwanese healthcare system is characterized by good accessibility, comprehensive population coverage, short waiting times, low cost, and national data collection systems for planning and research. Its economy is a highly developed market economy. Semiconductors faced acute shortage during the pandemic, Taiwan being one of the world's TMT. Tsai Ing-wen's government a three-pronged plan of disease prevention, industrial relief, and economic stimulus. Disease prevention includes strict border controls together with local prevention and mitigation strategies. For industries and businesses hit by the outbreak, the government hit by the outbreak, the government
You
rolled
can
out
you
relief
can put
contact
off your
tracing
video.
for digital fencing and government data.
You can put off your video, only you
Okay, sir.
keep the audio on. Probably the
Okay, sir.
network, yes, bandwidth is low there.
Okay, sir. Sir, I'm clear now. Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The introduction of digital technologies, including comprehensive contact tracing. Okay. Number 2, the role of Naga women during the pandemic. In 2023, 2 Naga women for the very first time were elected to the 60-member Assembly of the Nagaland state. Hence, the role of women in decision-making is so far negligible. However, Naga women's community participation is frequently seen to be more than that because of universal early childhood, whereas men are autonomous and independent. Nancy Chodo Rao, in The Reproduction of Mothering, articulated the theoretical basis for these views, arguing that the initial close and intense bond between her and the independent masculine identity, whereas the female can continue in close relatedness to her mother, who provides her with a feminine identity. These qualities of separateness in men and relatedness in women persist throughout life and are a result of universal cultural experience. They are regarded as essential qualities. The media outlet, The Guardian, stressed the communication skills of female leaders, empathic and caring. This is juxtaposed by the military and demonizing language from the likes of Donald Trump, US, and Jair Bolsonaro, Brazil, who described their role under the crisis as being of female leaders is on the surface an amazing shift in how we view the role of women in racializing femininity. The notion that women leaders make better leaders by highlighting their feminine characteristics such as humility, kindness, and honesty is a mistake that occurs due to mistaking socialization for essentialism. It is also possible that this isn't about female leaders, but about the kind of country that chooses a woman to lead it. Here, the question of causality arises. Do countries perform better during the pandemic because they have women in charge, or do countries have women leaders because they were already performing better in terms of important contextual factors, example, lower rate of sexism and more diversity? In conclusion, there are 27 women-led countries out of the 193 as of 2023. That is a proportion of a mere 14% approximately. If there is anything to take from those who propound that female leaders are better leaders, then it is that humanity needs more women leaders because everybody has women do some things that men cannot and vice versa. However, it is an error to attribute one's gender for the handling of this pandemic. Highlighting the successful approaches of these women leaders could offer a potential shift in the way we view basic values that are usually ascribed to sexual or gender differences. The values of a community-based, empathetic, and personable leadership style that values human lives prove to be the most sustainable in the long term. Why then should these values be pertained to the feminine domain? Emphasizing that there is a female style of leading the country does not spark further questioning as to why women lead differently. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Ms. Cheshi, for your paper on women and COVID-19, where you have highlighted all the points like in different countries like New Zealand, Thailand, and China, and the role of the self-help group took the initiative to help the people. Finally, you have in growing the society. So it was a good work. Hopefully, it is full of data and other aspects. So if there is any question from anyone, from any of the participants or presenter, you are feel free to ask any question to Ms. Cheshi. So it seems there is no question. So thank you so much once again, Ms. Rodriquez. I'm audible to you. You please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we come to the end of this online session. So is there any one participant who missed it? Any paper presenter missed in this session? So actually we had a panel of 11 presenters, but actually 7 presenters have presented their paper. So it was good presentation. We had a good session. And of course, there were some queries and doubts. Of course, all the presenters have clarified their doubts from their extensive work. So thank you so much once again. So we'll meet again in online session tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, right? No, 2:40. Session 3 online mode. It will be at 2:40 tomorrow. And at the end, at 4:50, we'll circulate the link for Google form. All the participants has to fill this Google form, to give the feedback about this national seminar, 2 days national seminar title, the representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourse. Today it's been the first day. So the online session is over. Now we'll have a cultural session. So thank you once again, all the participants. That's it.
Thank you,
from
sir.
Thank you,
That's it from
sir.
the
Thank you
chair.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Good evening. Am I audible? Actually, I have some right as I was writing. I think network went off. So may I know this feedback in form has been given or not? Hello, am I audible? Next week now.